Hey, welcome back. Just scared the cat to Saturday night birthday party. Sorry, I was a little late. I was only what the hell was that? I'm only 21 minutes late. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. There's the link to come on. Gotham City Comics. Just got in a collection of funny books. Oh no. Are they funny animal? Western superheroes, says Graphic Man. And speaking of Graphic Man, here is Graphic Man.
Hey.
Graphic Man.
I saw your link and I figured, okay, he wants company. So how are you doing?
Sure. Shit. Sorry. So this bottle of Dr. Pepper, they're supposed to seal tightly, but oh, it's not screwed all the way. And Gotham City Comics says graphic all of the above.
Good.
That's not good news.
That's a good eclectic mix, though. I like that. That's
yeah. I guess it's all one collect. Why don't you, if you want to come on Gotham City, would he still be? I guess he still wouldn't be at the store this hour. So, Charlton said he might come on later.
Excellent. We haven't seen him in 2 weeks.
Yeah. He sometimes talks to me through Instagram.
Yeah, he likes to make me cry on Instagram. He'll send me cover shots of old Disney books that are like $1,000. I just can't handle, and I don't want to be reminded those exist, and I can't get my hands on them.
Did you hear that wrestling clock in the background? I don't think so.
I've heard it before. But.
Which wrestler is that says, "My creatures of the night will feast upon the flesh of your corpse"? Is it Kane or the Undertaker?
That could be either of those or Jeff Hardy every now and then. But yeah,
this is a clock from the 90s, and all the Kane and the Undertaker are on the. I could look. Let me go look. I mean, why?
All right. Hey, while you're there, Gotham City is still at the store, so that's good.
Oh, okay. Well, it's pointing to Sable. The Undertaker's at the 6 mark, and then and Kane is at the 5 o'clock mark. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that clock. It only talks when there's a light on in that kitchen. I guess it's light activated. But it seems to, whoever created it back in the 90s had a sense of humor. I don't think they ever thought someone would mount it in a kitchen, but it's timed like at 5 o'clock. You know, it'll say things that seem always. It always seems to understand what's going on. It'll say, "Do you smell what the Rock is cooking?" Right about the time that someone would be cooking dinner.
Yeah.
And my creatures of night will feast upon the flesh of your corpse right about the time you're eating dinner. And then just randomly, it'll say something like, "If I want your opinion," that's not what he says. What is it? What is Stone Cold Steve Austin's catchphrase? I don't remember, but he says something like, something about crying about it or something. And it's like, whatever, someone is just like talking about something bad that happened. It's like, so he lectures you for saying that. It was a wonderful purchase. I randomly bought it Toys R Us, and it still works. Back many decades ago. Let's see. I'm here at the store. Do you want to come on and show your new collection? Memory Crypt of Castle Hill says, "Happy birthday." Thank you, Mike. Well, now we're all anticipating Gotham City Comics making an appearance. Kevin at Gotham City Comics, which is the last thing I need to see is stuff I want, man. It's like... It's just like he's bringing the keg to the AA party. the AA meeting. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna. Thanks, Kevin, for bringing the keg to our AA meeting. Jeez, man. So what's been up?
Well, I bought a little stack at the bookstore, and
Oh,
he also had got this big little book in. I'll be showing Wednesday night, but I've never seen the Daffy Duck big little book. So
let me give you full screen.
Looks like
I've never seen that either.
Looks like Daffy's going to duplicate himself, which was a storyline. If you ever read the Calvin and Hobbes, Calvin made a little cardboard box in his bedroom, and he duplicated himself, apparently. So yeah, but I'd never seen that. Just one of those from 1979.
Wow.
So
yeah, Shannon, I missed the entire show this morning, but I intend to watch it. I was hanging out at a museum that was having a rummage sale,
right.
and the museum, the guy that runs it opens that museum so rarely. I just wanted to pick his brain about the town. It's like, okay, we're in the town square where there's a new building and everything else. What used to be in that space? I just wanted to know all. And then he's written a book about the town, the history, and it's out of print. And then he was able to find one and bring it to me this morning, since the rummage sales yesterday and today. And so I got a lot of cool stuff. And he's just amazed that someone cares. And it's like, he just doesn't expect that. And it's like, I've got to get your books. And it's like,
Sure.
It makes him feel like a celebrity,
People like us gravitate towards each other. And
yeah. So, So anyway, I missed the whole show, and it was about favorite artists.
Yeah, you'll like it. I heckled them most of the show.
Well, I came in right at the end. It was a replay, and I saw that you were saying that we got you off track, I think, in the chat. So I'm sure there's something funny.
Yeah, the chat kept bringing up Gil Kane because I was in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I seem to attract that like a lightning rod.
I was speaking of Gil Kane. Is Gotham City? Are you going to come on? I'm not pressuring you, but you're welcome to come on, and whoever else. Eric Breen is the auctions are on Saturday night, aren't they? He's probably busy.
Yeah, he'll be doing that, sadly.
Man.
But it keeps Eric off the streets.
Yeah, really. It said, speaking of shoot.
Well, we don't have to speak of Gil Kane.
Oh, this is the other book, or is it? Yeah, I was looking. Okay, it's all lunacy. I put up an episode this afternoon, but then I filmed another episode, which is uploading right now. But on that episode, I pretend that it's tomorrow morning, and I talk about how great it was last night. It's like a time travel episode. But during that episode, I think is where I show some comics, and then I can't find this one issue, and now I think I just found it. And what I was explaining is that this comic, no, maybe I already showed. I don't think I showed this one. This is I was explaining that this is like if EC had made a Western comic, because two of my favorite artists are all through this, including the cover. Whoa. I think I did show this book. It just got put back in the wrong place. So that means one of the other. Anyway, I got 3 copies, 3 different issues of this comic. And I think I showed this one, and there must be one in the other room that I don't know. Anyway, it's John Severin and Will Elder together. And to me, that's like a dream, because I think, and I can't remember. Wait, what am I doing? I can't remember if Will Elder, if John Severin does the pencils and Elder does the inks or vice versa. But regardless, they're two amazing artists. And when they're together, it's just incredible. So it has kind of you just look at it, and this is a few years before Mad and
Yeah, but that's great. There's so much going on and great art all crammed into one little cover.
yeah,
Uh,
and I need someone to tell me who is this artist, but I need someone to tell me about this character that appears in here. I just saw him. It's like in the Old West, but there's a Batman type character. And where was he? Yeah, it's this character here. He's got horns and a mask, and
wow.
I mean, what do you? The comic is called Prize Comics Western, and it's just not like a typical Western comic. Um, but
No, that
I haven't read this yet. But I'm sure once I read it, it will totally make sense why someone in the West is dressed like that. But anyway,
yeah, that looks like it could be a great backup story for Two Gun Kid and Marvel or something.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, I wonder if it's probable that Guandanaland has reprinted this, since he seems to have reprinted just about everything that ever existed. But anyway, what was my whole point?
Do you still get Guandanaland's email? I do.
I don't think I've ever been on his email list.
Okay.
Um, I
He was saying he's very pleased with Barnes and Noble to replace Amazon. So
yeah, it's just oh this okay, this is what I was talking about when I said, speaking of Gil Kane, this Green Lantern issue is. But what's interesting about this issue? Well, there's many things interesting about this issue, but in the letter page, where was the letter page? Is a letter from a young. There it is. Living at 469 Ennis Street in Milan, Tennessee, or Milan, Tennessee, is Joe Staten, who would later create E-Man and work on Green Lantern when he was an adult, and I think he later became the Dick Tracy newspaper strip artist, right? Or am I wrong? But I know him mainly from E-Man and for Charlton.
I don't know if he ever did Dick Tracy. Tracy went from Chester Gould to Dick Locklear, and I don't know.
I'll ask my stupid AI phone that. He's saying, I have noted with interest the science fiction controversy in Green Lantern. Some readers contend that interspace adventures cheapen the epic. One such writer identified himself as a college junior with a 3.66 acumen. May I remind him that Dr. Werner von Braun has written good science fiction. Dr. von Braun, needless to say, is our hope to beat the Ivans to Luna. If such a great man is for science fiction, who is a college junior to say nay? In parting, I say that we are living in an age of science. All I hope will admit that. Yet they consider a natural product of science fiction, as cheap. I rest my case. So let's see. This, I think, is March 62. So anyway, I really like his work on E-Man. He sounds like a little bit of The way he writes there is a little pedantic, but when you're in college, sometimes you pick that up from reading too many textbooks and being around too many college professors.
Yeah.
You start talking like them. Let me fix this layout here. So what else did you pick up? Or you're saving it for the Wednesday show?
Yeah, I got a UFO, a Beetle Bailey, a Flintstone, some unexpected from DC.
Oh yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna Joe Staten, American comics artist and writer. He created the Bronze Age Huntress as well as the Third Huntress. Well, let's see here. Career. Charlton E-Man. Worked for All Star Comics. Oh, he's behind the Death of the Earth 2 Batman. 70s revival of Doom Patrol and Showcase. Green Lantern, Omega Men. In the early 1990s, Staten provided the artwork on the Mike Danger's Sunday comic strip written by Max Allen Collins. Then he drew DC's Scooby-Doo title for younger. Okay. It says on January 19th, 2011, Tribune Media Services announced that Staten and writer Mike Curtis would replace Dick Locker. Am I pronouncing that right? As the creative team of the Dick Tracy comic strip. The new creative team has worked together on Scooby-Doo, Richie Rich, and Casper the Friendly Ghost, and started on March 14th, 2011. I don't know. I mean, who would have ever even known that he's doing Dick Tracy? Because who even knew that Dick Tracy existed after 2011? I didn't know that. And how many newspapers have you actually? How many Sunday comic pages have you seen since 2011? It's almost, I don't even, it's so maybe somewhere out there's a Dick Tracy comic strip and he's doing it. But
every couple of years I go through all the Dick Tracy when he started in 1931, but I stop in the 60s because they introduce the people that live on the moon. This was before we made it to the moon.
Oh yeah.
And it just got real silly. And so I that's where I cut off. So anything that really happens after that, I don't know.
Yeah, it got silly. I haven't really read that time period, but it always kind of fascinated me because of the Moon Girl when she has antenna, yes. And it's like, where did that come from out of nowhere? And then they even sold a model kit of a Dick Tracy spaceship. Right. It's a lot
after better. After a while, they kill her off, and they realize we got to get back to the streets of Chicago and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, it was such a dark comic strip, really, in its beginnings, as far as how violent it was.
Yeah,
and that's why Al Cap, in his parody, Fearless Fosdick, he just made it all balls to the wall gore. He's just shooting randomly into crowds.
Before I found all the good books that reprint all the Dick Tracys, I would go to my neighborhood library and get a pack of dimes, and I would find the old newspaper funny page,
Microfiche,
and I would hit print for 10 cents. They'll let you have a printout. It was just real, very blurry, but yeah. I'd get a bunch of those, and then I would cut those out, and I would make my own comic page. And I'm spending a lot of dimes on this, but I was
still have those?
Yeah, somewhere. But
that's amazing.
I've got much better quality stuff, but that's how big a fan I was.
Yeah, even though you've got better access now, never throw that away because that shows such devotion and love. I'd go and get old movie ads from Microfiche to see what was playing at the movie theater that was right next to the library that at that time was a Jehovah's Witnesses Kingdom Hall. But I just wondered, what movies were playing there, like on my birthday, and it turns out it was Frankenstein meets the Space
Cool.
Monster. And I'm just wondering, do they realize what movies played? Where their church is. Thunderball and
But those
Mega Man
1930s,
and stuff.
it would it would teach you a little bit of what life was like in the 30s and 40s. For example, when the bad guys were on the run, they'd yell at their friends. They'd go, "Hey, pack your grip. We got to get out of here." And to them, a grip was a suitcase. And
Okay.
so, I'm learning, okay, they used to call a suitcase a grip. And every now and then they go, "Oh, look, we found a clue." And they would spell clue in their little word balloon, CLEW, on more than one occasion. So you realize there used to be two spellings of clue in our English language, and one has dropped out of practice, and now we still have CLUE. So you'll
Yeah,
learn interesting little things like that.
you see that in older books from several hundred years ago. It took a while before everything was solidified as
Yeah.
in the language about how to spell things. Or it might have just been a really someone that couldn't spell doing the lettering or the comic strip. I mean, it could have been that too, but
We
yeah,
we have some of that going on now. Bright, BRIGHT. I think there's a lot of people that would like to shorten that to just BRITE.
but that
I
you're
don't know if
only
they,
saving time writing one letter, right?
or yeah, the GH you're getting rid of and adding an E. So
Sometimes people get used to spelling things wrong, like they see all these light bright commercials when they're kids,
yes,
and that's just the way
yeah,
it's spelled. I don't know.
yeah.
I think it's just really people that are pretty uneducated, probably. But I, yeah, my wife says the cake looks good. I got a cake at the
Oh,
AB
cool.
supermarket. So.
Yeah, I don't want to slow you down. You were going to
No,
show
no, stick around as
your.
long as you want. I at some point I'll get a piece of cake, but I'll still be here. There's nothing to. I'm not going anywhere. You don't, but you're welcome to go if you got stuff going on. I'm hoping Gotham City comes on. Ugh. Mastodon says, "Good evening, fellas." Um, yeah. So, what I got here? People like to be shown things. This is a children's magazine from Japan. I used to, when I used to hang out with Joe Riley, uh, the guy that created the Hypnotic Eye TV show, public access show for Dallas. He was really into Japanese. Boy, that floor is. I should clean a little bit better there. It's just this whole place is. Let's see if I can get a better angle where you can see my mess. Oh, yes, that's far better. Anyway, he told me about this Japanese supermarket in Dallas called Kazi's. And he says you can go in there and they get subscriptions to magazines like a comic book store does, but they import magazines for their Japanese customers, but they'll do it for a few, whatever the term is for non-Japanese people. And so he said, this is a great magazine. It's just all about the Japanese superhero monster stuff. And so, I got a subscription and I'd go over there every month and they'd have, one or two of them waiting for me. And it has all this stuff that I guess people today just consider to be Power Rangers, but it's a lot more complicated than that. I don't know if there's any collector market for these, but I just, and a lot of times they would come with cardboard Godzillas that you'd have to put together. And I have a whole shelf or two of these. But that's one of those. Let's see these 5-man superhero teams were called Sentai. 5-man team is what that means. And the original Japanese shows weren't as corny as the bad American actors that they inserted into those. But the really good stuff. See, Joe was really into Ultraman, so that's his main interest in getting these books, and a lot of other more obscure
Wow.
Japanese superheroes. It's just filled with nothing but monsters. And see, this is the team that would become the original Power Rangers on American television. They were called Zoo Ranger, and they'd have a new series every year that just replaced the last one. And so it's that. But anyway, yeah. Mastodon says, "I hope Madame Orloff is feeling better." Yeah, she's doing fine. Well, she was kind of tired a minute ago, but we just ate. That's what caused me to be late coming on. Let's see what's in this. There's a 1983 catalog for Edison's. I think I don't remember 1983 as that wonderful a time, but people are nostalgic for these little handheld video games, and I'm sure it'll have Return of the Jedi stuff.
Yeah, you've got that Pac-Man, and I have the round yellow Pac-Man.
Yeah. Here's the G.I. Joe, the He-Man, and then there's the Star Wars section. But it's still this is 83, but it's still the Empire Strikes Back collection. So maybe it's early 83 before Return of the Jedi came out, or the toys. Yeah.
I never got Star Wars toys, but what I wish I still had Micronauts. I loved Micronauts.
All I have of Micronauts that I got then was Baron Karza, because it just looked like a really cool toy. I read the comic book, and then years later, from one of Joe Riley's friends, I got the little robot.
Microtron.
Is that what he's white?
With a red head.
Right in that. But the way it was sold to me, he had a massive drill right in his crotch.
Yeah.
Was that was an unfortunate configuration, but that's the way he's always remained, because it's funny as heck to see a toy like that they would even think about that.
No, I don't have any Micronaut comics anymore. I wish I'd have kept those, because those first 10 issues were dynamite. Number 7, they meet Man-Thing.
Was the artist Michael Golden?
Yes.
Yeah, really good artist.
Great artist.
And they'll never reprint them. I mean, no. I don't think they're super expensive, except for the key issue with Captain something. What was the character that appeared in there?
Captain Universe.
The
guy that could be anybody. Yeah.
How did he become important in the Marvel world?
Because he was the hero that could be anybody. So you could be just a normal guy, and all of a sudden the captain, whatever that was, lands upon you, and you become the hero. So in one book it'd be a woman, one book it'd be a little boy. But I don't know.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Yeah. That's an interesting deal, but anyway, that's the only. I think the issues are affordable to get.
That one's the key. Excuse me for saying key. Yeah. And then number 1, you'll have to pay more than $20 for, but
yeah, they just can't reprint them because it's partly owned by the toy company.
But I was the perfect age for Micronauts. And when you get like into issue 4, you see the rich people going to Baron Karza, and they're like, "I'm getting old. I need a new body."
Yeah.
And they would get, body replacements and stuff like that, which is what the, I don't want to ruin your channel. There's a certain country on the other side of the planet that's notorious for harvesting.
China.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, this was blowing my mind as a young kid about, oh my goodness, this stuff is possible. And that's sci-fi, but we're living that you can, one day they think they're going to live forever by just keep replacing dead skins that, are there's your cells that are getting old.
Yeah.
Um,
There's the more you realize that there seems to be this predictive programming in the media and in comic books and everything. It's like they always leave little clues. Not that Michael Golden or whoever who wrote that.
no,
Who wrote that? There was the guy that wrote that. It's on the tip of my tongue.
was it Bill Mantlo or
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, there's predictive programming out there in movies and cartoons, and it's real prominent in The Simpsons. And I used to love The Simpsons, and then I just kind of forgot that it even was still on the air. I think the writing got not as good, but for a while I thought it was just great. But it's predicted a lot of things,
Yes, it
like
is.
with uncanny. And I know that Harry Shearer made a movie called Teddy Bear's Picnic about the Bohemian Grove, and apparently he would go to Bohemian Grove, and he's a very good writer because he's like this elite, probably Harvard or some kind of Ivy League kind of guy, and so but he's really bright. But I think he might possibly be responsible for, who knows who filters that stuff in, but they even have Trump going down the escalator, and they predict the pandemic. They predict the world. I mean, 9/11 in this cartoon. It's like there's a little something suspicious there, possibly. I don't know. So, Mastodon said, "Did that have any relationship to the Star brand?" I don't know.
I think it was the Japanese magazine you were holding up. Maybe that's what he's asking.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even remember what this magazine's called. I used to know the name of it, but I got tons of these. I mean, I got whole shelves of them. And then, but this was the character that I thought was just amazing. Was Kamen Rider.
Okay, that's a cool helmet.
Yeah, and what it was is every year the Kamen Rider show Kamen Rider would continue for decades, but every year it was about a different Kamen Rider. It was like Green Lantern, but every year it's about a different Green Lantern. And then after a bunch of years pass, then they can have all of these Kamen Riders team up and like a Justice League. And it's interesting the way the Japanese do it, but they restart it every year so they can sell new toys. Is really the real reason. But yeah, some of this is going to have the very early beginnings of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that may, as far as the American cartoon, and that maybe this is interesting to some people. I don't know. It was interesting to me at the time, but it just happens to be here, and so I'm showing it. Yeah, and I just realized that when I was going on in that rant a couple of weeks ago on your show, I was talking about Star Reach when it first started showing up in the comic book stores. It's like I was thinking, what is this? This looks foreign. I remember saying that, thinking, oh, I don't think Paula's gonna like that. Then it looks foreign. What is this? But yeah, Star Reach, and they called them ground level comics. They weren't quite underground comics, but they were. They'd start. I think they started in the mid '70s. There was Star Reach, and there was Cerebus the Aardvark, and there was another one called Sojourn. I never hear anyone talk about that Sojourn, but I remember those popping up at Lone Star Comics in the '70s, and I'm thinking, well, they're not cool enough. They don't go far enough to really strike my attention, and they're black and white, and they don't seem like real comics. Marvel and DC to me are real comics. I just wouldn't accept them, and maybe the artwork didn't look quite as good to me.
I've never read Cerebus or Cerebus, whatever you call it.
Cerebus. It's probably good. I picked up like one or two issues, I think, over the years. I mean, it's probably great, but I just don't know. It looked like, okay, someone's doing Conan
Yeah,
the Barbarian with an animal, and it's an attempt to be funny. And I thought, oh,
yeah.
okay. And people seemed to respect it. It apparently had good writing.
But I saw Howard the Duck #1, and if you remember that cover, that thing looked like, okay, this is going to be a duck version of Conan the Barbarian. It
Yeah,
wasn't,
yeah, yeah.
um, but I thought, as a young kid, I realized I only have so much money. I can't chase everything. I want Donald Duck, Popeye, Tarzan, Iron Man, X-Men. I want
Yeah.
those. I don't have. Maybe when I get older, I'll get these books that these older guys are
Yeah.
reading.
I never could find Howard the Duck #1 where I was at. Um,
I had it, and I read it on my back porch.
yeah.
I remember it to this day.
I just recently finally got a copy of issue #1 in the last, I don't know, last summer from England. The first time I ever bought
Mhm.
something from England Teens Auction. It just seemed like, when am I ever going to get it? And there it is, and no one's bidding on it. Um, um, but I really like the Howard the Duck comic. It seemed like once it went to the magazine format, at one point they took it too far. It's like, okay, you
Yeah,
really pushed it too far. Where, okay, because okay, their boyfriend girlfriend. Just leave
yeah,
that to your imagination. But then
yeah.
showing them in bed they went too far. Well,
How
we got a black and white comic. Why not just do that? Magazine format. We can just do what, I don't know.
I didn't know. I didn't always care for the villains in Howard the Duck. I mean, he got this guy with this a bell that you ring with
Yeah,
a
yeah,
handle. He got this
right,
bell, Doctor Bong or whatever his name
right.
is, and I come on, I didn't get every one of them, but and I
No,
remember go ahead.
no. Go ahead.
The third issue, he's master of quack foo, and it's a good illustration of why here in the West we don't think like they do in the East, because the kung fu master is teaching Howard everything, and he says, "What would you rather be, Howard? This living uh, caterpillar or the dead butterfly, or something like that?"
Mm.
And Howard says, "Oh, the one that's living," and he gets reprimanded. No, because the other one has lived 2 life cycles and is now free, and blah blah. Um, they think differently than we Westerners, and that's
Yeah,
that's
but
why.
that wasn't written by
Right?
it was written by one of us.
Yeah, yeah.
It's written by an intellectual guy that's done a few drugs.
That's
That's
why
what.
here in the West we say, "Okay, show us how to break those boards with our hand. That way, if I'm ever attacked by real thin sheets of plywood, I'll be okay." But you get in all this mysticism, and our Western brain says, "Wait a minute, this is just this is just Buddhism," and we reject it. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is called Red Rambler. It's been in the refrigerator for at least a year. It's probably expired, but it hasn't killed me yet. The It's just a cool bottle, so I'll save the bottle.
sure,
Um, the thing is, the kids in the '60s, the comics were being written by old World War II era guys, and then this generation came in the late '60s, this hippie generation with the beards, and they started, the Jim Starlin types and Roy Tom, and they smoked a few joints in their
yeah,
time, dropped a little acid, and then you start getting comics like Warlock, and Howard the Duck was trying to be an underground comic, but just skating the edge. It didn't go far enough to be like Fritz the Cat, but that's what they were trying to do. A mainstream Fritz the Cat is what they were trying to do. And I remember where it went. It started to get bad when they put pants on him, but that wasn't their fault.
yeah,
That was Disney going after
right,
him.
right.
Man up. and then the movie took away any, because the movie was so hated
Yes.
that the comic was just looked at as a joke for many
Right.
years, and the comic was very loved, and that'll do that to comics. You get that stink from a bad movie, and it's so that's why I get so pissed. I just want to not be even aware that these movies exist, but it's like I can't, and I refuse to let that Submariner, that Namor
Oh,
in that
goodness.
movie,
Yeah.
taint the picture I've had in my mind of the Submariner all my life. Or now I think it's pretty much confirmed that Reed Richards is going to be Adam Driver, who is isn't he the guy that played like the Han Solo's son with the stupid Darth Vader thing? He's got this long, weird, thin nose that I guess some women find him attractive or something, but he doesn't look like Reed Richards at all. And
No.
Alex Ross got it perfect in that.
Yes.
I mean, the guy that should play him is someone like uh, what's his name, Gary from Land of the Giants. Gary, mine's gone. Anyway, he drew him to look like the pilot in Land of the Giants, and it looked perfect. People are talking to me here.
Shannon's bringing up the space turnip as a villain, and yeah, but he was better than Dr. Bong or whatever that guy was.
The space turnip in Lost in Space, or was that in?
Howard the Duck. That was issue number 2, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah. First, when I hear space turnip, I guess that was a space carrot in Lost
Yeah.
in Space. How do you spell John Goris's? Almost right, but it's Goras. Are you trying to find him online?
Yeah, hopefully he'll be in the chat soon, and then people can see his name.
Yeah. I don't know. There's 15 people watching, but I don't really know. It's not as lively as the chat is on your show, man. It's very dead. But I don't know. Comic Book Frog. It was or is here. Don't
really?
They have shows on Saturday night though?
Well, but sometimes there can be a lull, and that guy, Comic Book Frog, he's adept enough to switch back and look at his Instagram, and he does a lot of things. It's Eric. I can't get Eric's attention when that little auction's going on. He doesn't check his Twitter at all. He'll check the baseball score, but he won't check his Twitter.
Boy. This I washed this Dr. Pepper got a little bit on the outside of the bottle and my hands are sticky. I'm gonna go wash them and I'll pull some comics up.
Cool.
It's like Gotham City Comics. Maybe he got a busy lot of customers or something. He seems to have dropped off. Do you think you could ever run a comic store? Wouldn't you want to keep everything?
That was my childhood dream. To me and my best friend were going to. I got real blurry here all of a sudden.
Oh,
we were going to open up a store in the back of his dad had an office, and he had this back room he wasn't using. We were going to open up our own store, put our 2 collections together. And then we realized they're going to buy our books and we're not going to have any books. And so but then I got older. I was in a comic store and I'm thinking, how can I afford these books I want to buy? And some guy would come in with a box and want to sell. And the owner says, okay, I'll give you a nickel each. And then they were all good books, and I realized you've got to have a brick and mortar store so that people can, when they're on their aunt died and they got to pay bills, they go up in the attic and get, grandpa's books, and the first thing they do is sell them. And it's like, that's how these guys get all these amazing books. They keep half of them and then sell the other half. But I don't know. And then by the time I'm old enough to get a business license and do all that, the 90s are in full effect, and they just weren't desirable to me anymore. And I don't know how Gotham can do it. I would hate to get a bunch of new books in and go, I've got to try to sell these now. Oh my goodness.
So you have to, I don't even know how you started, but you have to get a business license.
Well, I guess to be legitimate.
I mean, I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
Where I'm at, it's zone commercial, but I don't know how you just, you just open the door and put some tables up and say I mean, I don't know how. I don't know why the government gets involved in a lot of this stuff. Like, why do people have to have a marriage license? Like, what? Right. Why is the government involved in that? That makes no sense.
Change location.
Well, I'm just gonna.
Go walking?
Sort of, because the dog is gonna start chewing on my toes and whatever else in here that he can, because she is hungry.
I don't remember that room you were in. I've been in your house. I just don't remember that room you were just in.
Let me give you everything has probably changed. Okay,
I primarily stayed on your second floor, I think.
Right. So back behind me, and in here, this is the room where you stayed.
Okay. Yeah.
That's in a different place.
Cool.
And then this room, which probably at the time you were here, may have just been a bunch of boxes.
Yes, yeah. And I'd walk right past it, not look around. Yeah.
And it wasn't full, and it's still not fully fixed up because I only have one chair, and so we can't really watch television. One person can. And okay. Well, oh, damn, I'm getting fat. Okay. Drew, did I leave all? I think I left all her food in the attic. Shit. I came down here to feed her, and I took all the food to the attic. So, oh well.
Will she figure it out?
Some exercise, I guess. Well, she won't figure it out, but I mean, because I got to open the food for her.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just put the computer back where it was. Go up, and I won't bring the camera into the attic because that's where my wife is hanging out. I don't know if she's ready to have the camera thrust on her. Okay, so technically, according to the elevator, this is the third floor because they count the basement as a floor.
Right.
And then the attic, tripped. That would have been great to drop my whole computer. That would have been the ultimate klutz move. Okay, Drew, let's go upstairs. Let's see. Looks like no one else is waiting to come on. Okay. Dang it. So I'm back. Whoa. Let's see out here. Uh, uh,
I don't think your wireless likes that room you're in.
So I'm right next to router.
Oh. Okay.
Is it? Maybe it'll get better. I mean, I'm literally 7 feet away from where the Wi-Fi comes from. I thought this room would be the best of any place, but Wi-Fi generally works best on this floor. So it might just be some hiccup with it. I'm sure the Bond character was a reference to how and what Gerber was smoking at the time. Yes.
Right. Right.
I showed a
UFO book while you were gone a while ago.
Oh, did
That's
you?
what they're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. It's that would have been cool if they had done a comic book of the UFO Jerry Anderson TV series. Forest cover art reminiscent of the Doug Wildey art for Johnny Quest.
I showed a Boris Karloff as well.
Oh,
I try to keep him entertained.
Thank you. Yeah, I just didn't know what to do. The dog will show that she is hungry by starting. She'll come out and just start chewing on stuff, and I don't want her chewing on this stuff too much. So.
Are you showing what you recently got, or?
Some of it, yeah. This is it's just the stuff I'm going through and some stuff. You'll never see a cover like this again.
No.
Even though that clearly they're the bad guys, but you just you cannot even show that symbol at all. So it makes it hard to illustrate something set in World War II if you can't show the symbol the bad guys had.
Probably can't show the General Lee from the Dukes of Hazzard either.
Yeah, the toys that are made, Dukes of Hazzard, new toys that do not even have that.
No.
That's when Teen Titans was first starting and this issue came out. I think I bought that Teen Titans issue, but I didn't buy this at the time. I don't know. You just take things for granted, or maybe it's just because I didn't have all the money in the world. That's pretty good there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting how they would cover different wars. This is an interesting. I kind of remember these ads. Beginning next issue, 8 more pages of all new comics, and then they're showing the 8 new pages that you're going to get and what they'll involve. And Super Friends, you'll no, is that no? And DC Comics Presents, they're going to give you what happened to Our Man, Saragon, and Kongorilla. And then they're previewing what you're going to be getting. There's Batman and Robin and Batman. Let's see what Adam Strange will come back and Green Lantern. Anyways, their experiment to go from 40 cents to 50 cents and give you 8 pages for it, which didn't last long, as I recall. And then their next experiment was to just go to $1.
Yeah.
And that, how long did the dollar comics last? Not even a year, or was it that long?
It was probably a year because they did quite a few. For example, Superman Family, like this one, I'll be showing Wednesday. They did, book after book after book of Superman Family, all $1.
Right.
World's Finest did that a few times too.
Yeah, but the problem with but that era they stopped the reprints, and that's what I had loved about Superman Family, were the old stories, and then they were all new stories, and that was great. But I wanted the old stuff that I couldn't read. It was fascinating to me reading the crypto stories and Super Baby and stuff.
And you're thinking, wow, okay, all these pages, I'm getting a good value, even though it's hurting to pay $1. I'm getting a good value, but now that I'm older and I can look at the artist, I realize, oh boy, they got Vince Coletta all of a sudden to come in there and erase half the good artwork and ink what's left, and kind of cheapens it for me. But
yeah. Oh, Dr. Soulrage is just posting on Instagram just now. I remember buying that when it came out. And it says Fireman, burn my child instead of Fireman, save my child. I remember would that have been 3rd or 4th grade? I don't remember. I just remember thinking, burn my child. I thought that was pretty intense. Wow. Looks like Joe Biden is despairing that after all these years in public life, I'm just known for Ray-Ban sunglasses and chocolate chip ice cream. A very dull president. No, you're known for more than that. You're known for a lot more than that.
Yeah, they must not show him many things that are written about him.
Yeah, someone had something up earlier about I probably shouldn't get into it, about things that Joe Biden had done based on the diary that was found of his daughter.
Yes.
And then Instagram had it covered, and this is false information. See why? And then they say, well, if you really want to see the false information, click here.
Wow.
And it was just about that. And they said the fact check, the FBI has never proven the veracity of this diary. Okay, so it's false.
That's why you've got to get on Twitter. I love it there. I learned so much, and they'll show you, hey, this image was just banned on Facebook, spread it around, and I get to see all kinds of stuff that other people, I'll come home and tell my wife, did you know about this? She's never heard of it. She's not on Twitter. She's on Facebook and all this other junk.
Well, Twitter is now becoming interesting, but I've never quite understood Twitter and how to read it. But I should. I'll just get on it occasionally and check things. But yeah, I guess you're right. You're right.
Like Twitter has this great, and I won't talk about politics too much, but it has this great old photograph from the newspaper of a very young Donald Trump with a very young Hillary, and they're all buddies and pals. And it's a quote in the newspaper, Hillary saying, "I wish more people like Donald Trump would run for office." and it's
Oh
this
yeah,
huge endorsement. And I'm thinking, oh, she regretted that, I'm sure. Well, if you put that on Facebook, they go, well, this is just going to stir up trouble, and they knock it off the page. Whereas Twitter will let you do that now, and you
yeah.
can remind people of things that are very, uncomfortable. That's what I love about Twitter. It is uncomfortable, but that's great.
Yeah, well, I've been pushing people's buttons on Instagram lately. I just thought I'll put up a bunch of Donald Trump memes just to just to see what happens, and that I don't, if someone says something really messed up, I just kick them off. But my wife gets in there; she wants to explain to them, and she's not. She wants to help them learn, and she was getting this nasty stuff from a couple of people that are old. Well, I mean, they're not old friends. I never met them, but one guy runs this amazing store in Athens, Georgia, and he used to buy my magazine. He said, "Shut your mouth, jabroni." That's
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
hilarious, man. Um, but anyway, he was commenting on one of my things, and then I was like, "Don't get into a fight with him. He's a cool guy, man." And what else? Oh, there's this girl that's a DJ, and she's an expert on bubblegum rock music. She wrote a whole book on it, and she has a show on, I think, at WFMU playing bubblegum rock. And and then finally she kind of said, she was fighting against what I said, and then she kind of came around and said something to, because my wife kept talking to her and giving her facts that she'd never heard,
Yeah.
and because she thought, Kyle Rittenhouse is an evil guy, and all these people, these horrible people, she's just on January 6th, she just bought everything that was fed to her. And then my wife explains this stuff, and she says, well, thank you for being kind of respectful to me. I'm not used to that. And she said, I'll look up this
Good.
information. And she said something like, I'm used to always fighting against the establishment, and now I'm fighting. I'm like fighting for them, and it just feels wrong. She was starting to realize, hey, this isn't punk rock to be fighting for the man.
Right.
It's the most punk rock thing in the world is to be for Donald Trump. But on that note, let's head over to Mesa, Arizona.
Hey,
Oh
I
my gosh, look at this. I think that's targeted right at you, Graphic Man. Is that one
I
you need?
I have that one.
Oh,
So
of course you
sadly,
do.
yeah.
Hey, Kevin, what's going on? What happened? Someone bring on all this stuff today?
Yeah, I picked up a couple stacks of books.
Yeah.
This was
Thanks
cool.
for coming on.
Oh, look at there, Joker.
That looks like Hillary Clinton a little bit. Movie World was saying hello. John Goris is here. Hillary was cute when she was young. Yeah, I've seen a couple of pictures, like one where she was a teenager that she didn't, but she was always horribly, hairy. I always heard she was very hairy, and that she smelled like sulfur.
Oh dear.
Okay, Movie World, explain what you're saying. You said Elon Musk changed NPR's Twitter handle to what?
Well, what he's doing now, he's going through it, and if your news agency gets most of your funding from a government, he will put that in your information,
Yeah. Oh, yes, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, I saw that.
and they're getting all offended.
Oh, that's the most obvious propaganda thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't believe we're forced to pay that.
Hey, Kevin, I don't know if you can hear me, but on the back of that Joker toy you were showing, it had that other toy, the Firestorm toy. That's a great looking. They did a good job on him. I wouldn't mind finding one of those. Go up just a little areas. He's got the red pants. Yeah, that's cool looking.
When did this line start? About 80, 81, 80, or is it 85?
This one says 85 on it.
Cool.
Okay. See, Graphic Man, how much younger are you than I am?
I'm 5 years younger than you.
Okay. So you'd be 15 and I was 20 when those came out. So
Right.
the Mego were the ones that hit me, and then some people a little bit older than me, like my friend Randy. That was for him. It was
Whoa, look at that.
Captain Action. There's G Fan. Yeah,
That was cool looking.
I forget this magazine exists because hardly any comic store carries it.
I think this is like the longest running fan magazine ever.
Really, I'd believe it.
Since the 90s, it's been
Yep,
continuously going.
it's what is the guy's name that does that? I can't remember his name offhand. I am. Huh.
Man, that's cool.
Yeah, I know he took everyone's blue check mark away, and they're all upset that, I'm elite and I shouldn't have to pay for my blue check mark. And
Right.
yeah, I think it's hilarious, but I'm always a little leery of him too. But so far lately, Elon Musk has been impressing me.
Yeah. Oh, great picture. That was a great picture. Man. Yeah.
Right. And he changed the White House account to something else too that was like a business or something. I think he made it a business because that's what it is. He's been just taking payments from other countries.
Man. That's quite a magazine.
Yeah. It looks like it's getting a little slicker over the years.
Whoa.
That's a nice
It's still newsprint. It's newsprint still.
Yeah. Let us see the whole back cover painting. Oh, okay. That's probably from Destroy All Monsters, possibly.
Man, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's great.
I just got this guy
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
and this one.
Oh, wow.
Are those Bullmark?
I think so.
Yeah, that was a jet. I don't know, Graphic Man, if you know about Japanese toys, but Bullmark was a famous toy company in Japan. You can kind of tell their toys; they're very distinctive. Oh, a new one.
Said you had this one already?
Yes, sir. I sure do. Yep.
Oh, he's got windshield wipers on his. Or no, did someone draw that in?
That's what I thought, but no, it's windshield wipers.
Over his eyes. He has.
Oh shit! It does look like someone drew it on there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't remember. I don't remember the wipers on mine, so that's
Yeah, how would you have windshield wipers unless he had glasses on? That's actually
Yeah.
on his eyes. I think that's a kid, a
Yep.
very creative kid.
Yep.
He fooled me.
Yeah.
Wow. Who would have thought to do that?
I've got that one too.
Were these the original owner? Was it the original owner that sold you this stuff?
No, it was a guy. His brother died,
Oh,
and he had lots of, kids books, but basically,
Yeah.
even up to he was buying up until like 2013. It looked like,
yeah.
but he started buying like regular show and Adventure Time.
Okay.
It looked like a kid's collection, but no, it was the guy's older brother.
Yeah.
He said he had Transformer toys and Star Wars toys, a bunch of 80s toys, but he sold them all on eBay already.
Oh, okay.
So I got the whatever was left over that he didn't sell.
I see.
Now, Grottu, if you want any of these, don't feel like you need to hold
Oh,
back on my
no,
account.
no. I don't.
I've got that one too. I'll probably have pretty much everything he's got. Only because I have so many of them. And these are all good.
Yeah.
Scrooge has a very small couch.
Are these at this point? Were those? Now that book.
I've got it too.
Okay, good, because I don't want to be an asshole.
No, go right ahead.
No, it's not that I want it. I was going to tell him I think that book has some value, but I didn't want to say it if you were interested. Because I did that to Captain Strangeliffe one time. I said, I think that Famous Monsters goes for $100. I didn't realize he wanted it. It's that was kind of but I was just looking out for Kevin. Because that Godzilla issue of Famous Monsters used to be in the 90s very sought after. I don't think it is as much anymore, but I remember it being $100 issue back in those days when I hung out with Joe Riley and those people into Japanese stuff. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that these Hanna-Barbera, I've never seen that one. These Hanna-Barbera Marvel comics are somewhat valuable if they're in good shape. Does that have a spine roll?
None of these are in good shape.
Yeah, no, they're not. But they're not seen very often.
Right.
It may just be because they didn't sell very well. That's pretty cool. It's weird to see Betty in a different outfit of any type.
Kevin, I don't have that one, so if no one in your store wants it soon, you might consider putting that aside for me down the road.
Okay. I'll put it in your pile.
Okay, that'd be great.
Need this one too?
Yeah, but I'm going to defer to Grottu.
No, hey, man, I don't need to be spending any money, man.
He is going to trip on that rolling pin. That's wonderful. Yeah, I'd like that one too. I've got that.
That chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house in the background. The last time I played that got me a copyright claim. Those Disney bastards.
Oh, let me turn it off.
Well, I'm not trying to. I wasn't really meaning that. You can barely hear it, but
yeah, that
they detect just that first scream on side 2 where it goes just that one alone scream gets you a copyright claim. How now I still understand how those guys are beagles because they don't have floppy ears.
Oh, yeah.
They have human ears. So are these? Now
we're gonna assume the name of beagle is a long traditional name, and they're adopted.
But okay, were the Nephilim? Were they just giants, or were they half animal and half people? Sometimes
they were giants.
The half human, half people wasn't in the Bible. That was in Greek mythology, right?
No, there is a satyr in the book of Isaiah.
I'm just wondering if these are Nephilim because they've got human ears, dog noses. It's like they're Island of Dr. Moreau guys. We'll just say that. We won't bring the Bible into it. We'll just say they're H.G. Wells.
Yes, H.G. Wells.
Yeah. Oh gosh, look at that.
I bet Grottu has this one memorized.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
Did you find any other sources for that big giant towel, or was it a towel that had the spook show stuff, or was it a Kevin,
Was it this one or the other one?
the one that had all the spook show stuff on it?
This
Uh,
one?
oh, that looks like it has regular movie
Wow.
ads. I There was one that was more spook show. Or, I don't know that.
Don't be a sissy.
Maybe it was that one, but I thought it was different. Wow. What is it? A beach blanket?
Wow.
Or it's a blanket. Yeah, it's a blanket.
I think this is the company we need to get a hold of right here.
Okay, because Retro A Go Go is sold out, or they're out of stock on the Spook
I could
Show.
swear I saw this company on Instagram pop up.
Okay, so they're the actual manufacturer, and then it's distributed to stores by Retro.
And that's why this company wouldn't give me a wholesale price on it.
Yeah, maybe it is that one. It did look like there's Spook Show stuff on it. Is
Let's
there
look at this
another
other.
one?
Yeah.
Are you closed now?
Yeah, we closed.
Did you have a good day?
Not really, no.
I'm not laughing at that. That's not funny. It's
I
just
laugh about it.
it's
It's
just in
fun.
the comic book industry, but it's I don't know why, man. If we lived in Mesa, Arizona, we'd be in there every day. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Man, that's beautiful.
See, that one I could cover a window with.
Yes.
Um,
Basically, you'd have to put it sideways though to cover.
yeah, I've got some windows that I need to cover here, right? Like I'm looking at one right now that would be good to cover.
I could see people driving by and stopping and going real slow just to try to see all that from a.
Well, they
From
wouldn't be able to see it from this third floor.
Oh, you're not gonna. You're
The
not.
floor I'm on, and there's already like cloth I have hanging, trying to keep sun from coming through to hit a Zombies of the Stratosphere
Yeah.
poster. So I just desperately want to keep. I'm like trying to like a vampire to keep all the sun out. There's his phone number. Yeah, they're towels. John Goris is asking if they're. Oh no, they're not towels. They're blankets, right?
Well, it's a throw blanket, so it's small.
A throw blanket. Yeah. So when is Free Comic Book Day? May
In May.
6th. Okay. And you say you got an artist from Wacky Packages or Garbage Pail Kids coming in that day?
Yeah, Smoking Joe will be here.
Wow. You thought about live streaming it?
I could do something.
Yeah. Do a lot of people come in on Free Comic Book Day that never come in any other time of the year?
Seems like it.
Yeah. Yeah, that one looks early 70s. That last one did. I'm not sure if I've ever actually laughed at one of these covers on these Gold Key Funny Animal comics. So It's never quite funny enough to laugh. Yeah.
So, Kevin, you said there's also Western and superhero?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Who was the company that didn't have any ads? Was that Dell?
Well, every now and then Dell would have a good Schwinn bicycle ad
Yeah, on
on
the
the
back
back.
cover,
Yeah.
but it's kind of weird that you wish a comic company would have had ads in it just because
Right.
that's
Right.
part of my entertainment. Um,
Well, I remember though getting Tarzan #1 from Marvel, and
yeah,
it's like every other page is an ad. It's like, my goodness, the story is only what 16 pages long. It's it.
yeah.
I felt really cheated back then, but well,
It seemed like Marvel had like two two-page spreads and then a two-page spread of ads, and then or was it like that, or was it literally two for two? I don't.
they probably mixed it up a little.
I
Knowing me,
remember the formula on Spider-Man. Like there'd be a fight scene and it would last 4 pages, and then there'd be scenes with Peter Parker out of costume and his perfect. Just as I say this, but then the fight scenes would always be exactly 4 pages, and I was kind of eagerly wanting to get past the fight scenes because I was more interested in his
yeah.
love life and the soap opera elements and what's going on in his life when he's not in the suit. And it's just like, will this fight scene end, please? I'm probably very unusual in that respect. So that is that a Karl Barks reprint,
I don't
Micah?
think so. I don't think so.
It's a 15 center.
I mean, in the interior could be, but I don't recall it.
Oh, I didn't mean the art. I meant maybe the inside.
Right. Yeah. Those are good Thors. I've got them all, but yeah, the art was great at that time period. I think that was
Is that
Ron Friends.
the 90s stuff that looks just like Kirby?
Right. I think his name was Ron Friends,
Right, that
and
guy. Yeah.
the story was even pretty good too. It was really good, and then 1993 hit, and it just got bad. Yeah, that's Barks. That is Barks.
Yeah. I can tell that's Barks myself. Yeah. Nice. So that story is actually from about what, mid 50s?
Yeah, that probably. Now this would be Vic Lockman art, or or
And that's
or K
60s.
Wright. It'd be late 70s.
Oh, so that's current art, and the other one was a reprint.
Yeah, more than
Okay.
likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes Ron Friends really recaptured the look of the 60s. If they just used the old 60s logo
Yeah,
instead of,
he
but
sure did. And that story was the Egyptian gods going up against the Viking gods. That's pretty good stuff.
there were a few panels that he almost pretty much traced from Kirby, but I mean he changed them a little bit.
Yeah, and like the whoever that was said that if that's Joe Sinnott inking, that really helps too.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much looks like a 60s comic there. If it wasn't for those horrible ads there.
Yes, exactly. There's the Egyptian god at the top of the page. Set. Yeah,
Huh.
he was tough. Yeah. That was good stuff. I should get those out again and reread them.
Yeah. Yeah, those ads are so ugly, that time period.
Yes.
So what happened to Ron Friends? What did he do after this?
I don't know.
I wonder if he's still around.
Yeah, that back cover ad, I hated that ad. It was a
Oh, I didn't see it.
bubble gum or something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my, yeah. Look at that. Oh. And that was on every issue for a long time.
I don't really remember that ad, but yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah. Now that looks like a bronze Green Lantern.
Yeah.
This comes out this week.
Oh, wow.
It turns out I've got a collection. I don't think it has that cover, but I basically already have a whole collection of that era of Creature Commandos, but I think it's not that group that they're turning into the cartoon. It's the one from later. So that's a book that comes out Wednesday, huh?
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday. All right. Yeah, DC is allowed out on Tuesday. I'm used to the store that I used to go to. They would release DC and Marvel on Wednesday.
Man, good Joe Kubert.
Have you been getting calls from people looking for that Phantom Lady?
No.
Sorry?
No, not at all.
Because everybody was oohing and ahhing over it when Jambo showed it the other night, and I thought everyone was going to be calling you. But it's out of print as far as you could tell.
Yeah, I tried to reorder it. It's gone already.
Yeah.
Wow.
What is that? What are we looking at? Oh, a metal sign?
Man.
What did the guy eat a lot of gold coins? What is going on there?
I think they've slowly fallen out of the chest.
Oh, I see. I get you. Yeah.
So that's just something you put up in your window? Goodness.
It's just something I ordered.
Wow.
This one too.
Oh, that's a metal sign? Is that Retro Go-Go?
I think this one is, yeah.
What does that retail for?
I think they're 20 or 30.
That's pretty impressive, yeah. That company is pretty great, Retro Go-Go. Put the link out in case anyone else wants to come in. If anyone wants to come in and visit, I'm pasting the link in the chat. You just click on it and you'll...
Oh, that's a very nice one. You know, Meyer Greenblatt collects food comics or something that he wants to put in the kitchen.
Really?
And I would be tempted to get this, but I'd want to let Meyer have first.
I wonder if Meyer is. Let me send him a text. He may not even know this is on.
Yeah, he likes to get like books that have like a picnic setting or where they're cooking in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, these are great. There's Chili Willy.
That's cool. Yeah, send him a text. Yeah, it's a cool comic, man. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I would let my
Yeah, look at that.
nice.
Beautiful. He's even got
Look at
Santa.
there. The
It's got
Mark II
Santa.
Jaguar. What year is that comic from? It has to be a 10-cent comic.
It has to be in like 1952, 53. Almost. Oh, 58. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought late. I've been doing a game again. I just remembered where I pull out a comic and I try to guess the month and year before I open it up.
Yeah. I always enjoyed when you did that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I started doing that again. I wonder if that episode is uploaded yet.
Tell you what, Kevin, if you could open up page 1 of that, and remember I showed you how to look at the last panel. That number is that 573? That's how you know what number it is.
Yeah.
I am consulting. I don't know. My list is incomplete.
Oh, you're trying to see if you have that one?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I do. That's a Karl Barks. Yeah.
Ooh. Is it a first printing Karl Barks?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Look at those dog women. Were those dogs?
Yeah. That's
pretty good.
Those are the high society babes. Yeah.
And yet Pluto has to walk around on all fours and
Right.
can't talk, and they're all on. It's very much like Animal Farm. Yeah, that looks like a good one to add to your collection.
Well, I tell you what, Grottu, if you don't want it, I'll defer to you on this one.
No.
Okay. All right.
No, absolutely. Right. I know when I said add to your collection, I meant your collection. I would love that comic, but I mean, if you've got another, if it turns out you have another copy of it, I might be interested. But no, I don't need any right now. That's be the wrong thing to do to get more comics.
Yeah, I figure I'm helping you out by getting these. So.
But it's
I tell you what,
they need to be with someone that appreciates them.
I tell you what, Kevin. Yeah, I'd like that. You put those on those Flintstone books. Yeah, I'd like that one.
These are in nicer shape than these.
Right.
The ones I'm going to be showing you next are a lot better than those last ones.
Oh, okay.
So we're going back in time here. That one's nice.
Yeah, I could tell already. I do not have that one either.
Cool. This is a good night for you. It's 50. What did it say? 63.
You can't go by that. You gotta go by that.
No, I was going by the year.
Oh, okay.
It's 1960. I think it says.
Yeah. I think what number 5? No.
With these things, I'm more interested in the year than the issue number because
I guess that's 236. Yeah, it's a pain, but that's how you got to figure out what number it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can tell you already. I don't have it, so I'd like to add that one.
Does the Overstreet Price Guide tell you how to find the issue number?
I don't believe so, but you can kind of cheat and go to My Comic Shop, and then just if you memorize what the cover looks like, you can look for it and go, "Oh, there it is. Oh, they call it number 236. It must be 230."
But that would take a lot of scrolling to looking for that cover.
Yeah,
there's so many of them.
Yeah. And then as soon as I get them, I make a note in the back and write it down. And Yep, that's a good book. Hey, Jackson.
He says hello, folks. Hello. Nice. Nice nice art on the ad.
I think I got it.
This one's more wear on this one.
Yeah, I think I have that one too. Well, he's got a lot of lines in the water. Yeah, that's great. I think I have that one too. Oh, there you go, Grottu. Oh,
Is
looks like
that
it's been
has
colored.
that been drawn on, or is that
That's like crayon.
uh what is, or is that the actual cover design? Oh, there's
It's telling the kid to color the dots.
oh okay.
So the
Oh,
kid color the dots.
they're encouraging you to do that. Good grief.
yeah, and they
It's a
got him to do it.
dinosaur. Yeah.
I thought she had a knife for a second.
Yeah. That's a great little thumbnail
What
in the corner
what
there.
issue number is this? 44? Show the inside of it. Oh, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, if the kid doesn't draw all through it in 1959, the crayon, would that reduce the value of it quite a bit? I guess so. Oh yeah, I love the early designs with the giant heads.
Yeah.
That early hot stuff. And this is a yeah. What do you think? That one, look at Zorro toy TV. What do you think this would sell for, Kevin?
I'll just send you this one next time.
Oh, okay. Ooh, they
Uh-oh.
even have.
Yep.
Does that affect the art? Is what's
Yep.
on the other side?
Oh.
Oh,
Someone got that monster dinosaur.
so so they cut that out like with an X-Acto blade without
Could be.
their.
Wow.
So they wanted the stamps.
They were very neat.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a
Well,
little dinosaur action. Cool.
yeah, that's a good ad.
Yes.
Yeah, put that with that Spider-Man and those coverless comics. If ooh, that's nice.
I've got that one.
You do?
That's a great one. Yeah.
I like that. I love it's a purple cover, isn't it?
Not really, not too purple.
Goes from black to green.
Maybe it looks more purple on my phone looking through the lens.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't look that purple and
It's just an illusion.
There's something nice and innocent about Chili Willy. I mean, the guy he doesn't like the cold.
Yeah.
Wow, there was Neptune.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice ad.
Yeah, save that one. Is that's not a high dollar comic?
No.
Yeah, put that in the Spider-Man pile. Oh,
Uh-oh.
rats.
That's too bad. Sorry, but that's too bad. It's in good shape, but
Well, if it's cheap enough, it's a good reading copy. But
yeah, definitely.
you can just pretend it's a coverless comic. Oh, that's starting to get nice.
Now, how's he going to draw with those bandaged hands? Oh, no.
It's like David Carradine. You know, rainbows used to be, I don't want to get political. It used to be like a nice thing, it's a sign from God. Now you see rainbow and you immediately think of something else. And it's
Yep.
I need to shut up, don't I? Oh, Meyer, his family. He says his family there is, so he can't make it on. He says he sees us and he says happy birthday, but he can't make it. I just got a text from him. I must have the sound on my phone deadened. Silent mode off.
That's very
Look
nice.
what I've got for you, a free parakeet. Ooh, that's a nice painted cover.
Yep.
Ooh, cool. Do you
Now,
already
that's
have
right.
that one?
No, but that's right up Meyer's alley.
It is. He likes the
Yeah.
dull giants.
So do I. But that's more like food. And
Yeah.
that would go with that spaghetti cover too.
Yeah, I'll let him have first. I don't need to be buying books. That is someone could probably flatten. I don't know if flattening or what do you call it? What's the word for it? Not
pressing.
flat. What?
Pressing.
Pressing. I'm sorry. I call it flattening.
Well, it's got Spike. Yeah. Oh, great.
Oh, that's a beautiful comic.
Yep. Look at that fish, man. And it's got Droopy. It's got everybody in this one. Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. It's actually the real things. Sometimes it's all horrible curse words in these books.
Oh, yeah.
Bronco Bear says, "Hey, Grottu, did I hear Graph?"
Yes, I'm here, Bronco.
He says, "Neat comic." Lead Paint says, "Hey, fellas." Oh, that's insane.
Make your own mask.
Cut out. And then put that behind it.
That's scary.
Oh, that's insane.
Hey, they've done the work for us right there. Good.
Yeah. Monsieur Pussycat. That would be worth making a color copy of that page and actually putting that insane thing behind his eyes.
Wow.
That's Is that for a turntable?
They could see these fish underneath their boat if you put it underneath their boat. They're like see-through boat.
All right, you could also put that on a record turntable.
Sure,
watch the fish go around, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool, man.
I tell you what, Grottu, if he could put that one with the spaghetti one, and if Meyer doesn't want it and you don't want it, I may consider it down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe I have this one.
That's another beautiful painting.
These are great.
I wish the kid had been a little more gentle with his comics,
right.
Man.
The interior art is not Barks. It must be K. Wright or somebody else. But
Were you showing that the spine had been taped? Everybody's got light up magnifying glasses now.
No, there's no tape.
It's just a roll.
those covers were very glossy, and so maybe you're seeing reflections. And
It's just like a stain. That's just a stain right there.
Okay.
I'm just surprised it's not split. Usually these thick ones are always split.
Yeah. What year are we looking at here? Very late 50s. 59. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. These painted covers are so superior to the stuff when we were kids for these funny animal.
Hey, Build-A-Bear.
These all look like they're the same original owner. The same, I'm not saying the brother was the original owner, but I think he bought them from someone that they all came from the same. Is that they're all treated? They all seem to be in the same condition, and they all seem to be drawn in. But it's cool that they saved them.
Oh yeah,
they exist. They don't seem to have been exposed to Arizona heat.
Mm-hmm.
Something could be done with that panel where they're holding up the comic. You could put any magazine. Well, there's a bunch of these panels where you could put any magazine or newspaper there. It could be Donald Trump wins, or it could be.
Well, the cool thing is they're all Dell comics.
Yeah, but I mean, you can replace it with anything, or a record album. Even it would be great for a band flyer if they're holding up a particular album of the artist. They're great images.
Or the weekly World News or National Enquirer.
Yeah, or something more foul.
Yeah,
We Magazine. Mm-hmm. Now these Cars things, if they were printed in color on cardstock, from that and built, I bet they'd be cool as heck.
Yes, you're right.
Do you have a color printer, Kevin?
Yeah, you want to try to print it?
Well, if you were to color print that on a thicker stock and build that, you could probably sell. I bet you could sell a dozen of those cars in your store. I mean, I'd buy one.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you, Micah?
I probably would. Now that you think about it,
because you don't want to cut up your comic, but if someone's already done the work for you, and you don't have a guilty conscience because it's not actually cut from a real comic.
I'd be tempted to alter it and make Minnie Mouse drive the Batmobile.
Oh yeah. Well, my episode just went live that was filmed tomorrow morning. It just went up. I make a point to state throughout the whole episode that it's Sunday morning. And what a great party we had last night. Bronco said I'd buy one.
Yeah.
He says cool looking store. A neat comic. Not sure which comic he was talking about. They're all pretty neat.
Sounds like he's actually copying that.
I think he took me completely seriously as doing it. That's fantastic. Um,
He may need to hold it just right because the spine was rolling to get every little detail on that.
yeah, that is hilarious. That corpse underneath your comic boxes. um, the does that ever scare anybody?
Not really.
I remember there was this memorabilia store I used to go into. It was mostly military. Oh wow.
I think I gotta fix my printer, but
Yeah.
I think it would work.
You could get like a cheap box of Kleenex and paste that to the sides even if you didn't have cardstock. Yeah.
I'll cut it out later and build it.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Or that would just be a cool freebie to throw in with people's orders, you know, that people that obviously like this kind of thing based on what they order.
Yeah, Kevin, how expensive is it to use your printer each time?
It's one of those refillable inks, so I've actually never refilled the colors.
Lead Paint says, you're going to have this guy cranking out paper cars. And then Easy Comic Reader says, in that case, I'll take a dancing bear.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
might
The
be able to
earlier
sell
one.
all of this stuff. You know what's really cool is R. Crumb in one of those underground Zap comics or something made a ridiculously cool 1950s car that you could build based on that kind of comic book cutout thing. And if that was ever built, that would be pretty amazing too. Okay, little Lulu.
They look great. I just don't collect Lulu. They're fun to read. Everybody's got a cute little pointed nose, but
I wonder if they can run the opening credits of that cartoon anymore. Because they sang, though you're wild as any Zulu and you're just as hard to tame, little Lulu, we love you, Lou, just the same.
wow.
I don't know if that would go over well in 2023.
That's a great copy there. He doesn't see the shark behind that.
He's a happy shark. Jackson Roy Kirk says color ink for inkjets isn't cheap.
No.
And crap is criminally expensive. Everything's criminally expensive nowadays. I'm going to be right back. You can keep showing comics. I'll be right back.
Looks great, Kevin. I can't afford everything. So yeah, and I don't actively pursue, although that's great George Baker artwork. Boy, those old Harveys are great. Looks like Starge is out on a date. Oh, Grottu will be so sad he missed this ad. Wow, man. Goodness. Man. I know it's a hassle for you, Kevin. You might want to set this one aside just to show the ads to Grottu. He'll love seeing that Casper. Oh, man.
What did I miss?
Oh, you're gonna love this ad and the other ad behind it. See that great Casper?
Are we in a Harvey comic now? Oh,
Yeah,
Seth
yeah,
Sack and the Sarge.
right. Yeah. Where do you see? It's an ad of games like badminton and stuff on the next page. But I knew you'd love to see this.
Oh yeah, that's great. And the rifle's like pointing right at Casper's head.
Yep. Yep.
Not supposed to point guns at people. This is great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See this other page. Look at these.
Oh,
I've
it's a
never.
comic catalog. I mean, it's a toy catalog issue.
Yeah. I've never seen this. This is cool.
Yeah, Harvey would do this in issues right before Christmas time.
See, there's badminton and Slinky.
Yeah. Under My Thumb is because it's misogynistic. Like the ad for the toy iron. I guess little kids had to play with something back in the day.
These are great.
Yeah. Oh, this is pretty fucking terrible. I guess that's why they say it's sour. Oh yeah, that's a great. The ads in that are great.
Yeah.
How much is that going to be? An expensive comic?
No, these are all cheap.
Yeah, put that one in my pile.
Fantastic.
Is that? Oh, and is my pile that high?
Yeah, you got the chili and
Okay, little dot. What else is in there? Let me see there.
That's it.
But just that. Okay, I thought all the stuff underneath. I was thinking, when did
More food.
yeah.
yeah.
Sweet.
That's a great ad too. Yeah, True View was like a Viewmaster style thing, but it wasn't. They weren't round. It was more like a flat thing. I'm not really. That was before my time.
I think I have that one. Yeah, I probably do.
Oop.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. What did they cut out exactly?
I think that's just damage.
Oh. He's pointing at the number.
And Peter Pan.
Wow. Well, the new Peter Pan is Latino.
You're kidding. Oh, my goodness.
And Tinkerbell is African American. Oh. And there are two girls in the Lost Boys. And they get angry when someone questions why they're in the Lost Boys when they're girls. It's like, why can't we be in the Lost Boys?
Wow.
Disney's out of its mind.
Yes. And they'll keep blaming us for not liking their stuff.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Is that a TV show?
Buffalo Bill?
Junior.
Buffalo Bill Jr. I
don't know.
Hey Siri, was Buffalo Bill Jr. a TV show?
Here's an answer from Wikipedia. Buffalo Bill Jr. is an American Western television series with Dick Jones, 1927 to 2014, in the title role of a young fictional marshal in West Texas.
From the other room, Stone Cold Steve Austin said, "Quit your crying, son, or I'll give you something to cry about." That was the one I was trying to remember. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this show, I've never seen this show.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, Jackson Roykirk's filling us in here. Buffalo Bill Jr. is a half-hour Western that aired in syndication starting in March 1955. He's quicker than Siri. The last new episode was broadcast in September 1956. Just don't call me. He says, "Call me sorry." But when I ask Siri to do that, if I watch this show back on my television and I say, "Hey Siri," then it causes my phone to start. Yes, what do you want? And it'll probably set off other people's phones watching it if their voices are similar to mine. There was a South Park episode where Cartman just kept saying, "Hey Alexa," all through the episode, and it caused people all over that watched that cartoon to have their Alexa going off constantly, and they just did it as a prank. I don't think Alexa responds to a particular voice. It just will respond to anyone that says the word.
Yeah.
That's cool. Is that one you've got? Probably.
No, but I prefer Donald over Scrooge.
Oh, really?
I've got tons of Scrooge, mainly because Donald was always a guest star.
But look at the woman. Is she a pig?
Yeah. That could be
very
Bart.
Surreal. That's not really Disney style. That's more. Look at the other woman. That's a dog woman.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is Carl Barks. It's probably really. Oh, somebody's colored a little bit.
Oh wow! But Uncle Scrooge usually always has Donald in it, but you like the actual Donald title.
Right.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, these are great, Kevin. I have to really pace myself here. Yeah, I'm sure I have this one. That's Barks again. It's good stuff. Lady and the Tramp by Al Hubbard. Good stuff, too.
That was a different time. All these happy kids with their guns.
Yeah. You should sing that to Happy Birthday, Grottu. Here's a daisy for you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, that is perfect. Yeah, I thought I'd have a birthday celebration where I'm not being lectured about what we should do in the Ukraine. It's like about um,
Yeah, we should send them all these air rifles. That's what they need.
yeah, really. Oh boy, pretty great. It's just nothing but guns in a Donald Duck comic.
$9 is a great deal.
Yeah, but $9 in
Oh, I know.
1950s money is probably $60,
Yeah,
if not more.
yeah. I was gonna say 100.
Yeah, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, because you can get 10 comics for $1.
Yeah,
Oh, this might be good.
there's a good Harvey for you.
Yeah, is this a reasonable price? Oh, that's kind of beat up.
All this stuff is cheap.
Oh, it's taped together, but
Yeah,
it's is this right from the is this Harvey just pasting up the Sunday comics? Or is this done for Harvey? 59.
if it says Chick Young on every page, that's probably an indicator that's from the newsprint or the newspaper.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he wouldn't sign every single page of the comic.
Right. Like they might have an artist that does the bigger panel to start it or fill in some gaps, but now right there they're breaking the fourth wall panels. So
oh yeah.
I would say that might be just for the comic book.
Yeah, I think maybe the first page was Sunday Funny. Yeah, this would be fun. Yeah, throw that one in my pile too.
Good for you. That's awesome.
I'd like to get those Carl Barks ones too, but I'm trying to not go too nuts.
Toys and games. Man, that Zorro TV shows up quite a bit.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, Guy Williams I mean, that was like the biggest, right? I guess Davy Crockett, and then the next fad after Davy Crockett was Zorro, and um, I have a lot of videos to catch up on. Lead Paint says.
There's a
Those
nice one.
last videos are going to be interesting to watch. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
You need extra money? Become an IRS agent. We'll give you a gun and
Yeah.
pretty neat. 1957. No. Why does everyone want to chew on that, man? Come on, man. Oh. No. Oh.
Kevin, may I ask what the Lone Ranger, what you were selling it for?
You can have it for $1.
Oh shit.
Oh, so I could Grottu if you want it. I'll let you. I'll be
No,
nice.
no. You take it.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah.
I
Can you go back to that, Kevin? Show Grottu the inside back cover, that Lone Ranger ink pen.
yeah, I was thinking of those Lone Ranger pins.
That's pretty cool. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was nice.
That seems kind of unusual. Just comic album.
Well, yeah, Bugs Bunny had them, Donald Duck had them, Mickey Mouse had them. You know, earlier they were looking at a Dell comic in each of the stories. That's that type of deal.
Oh, it's a young Captain Kangaroo.
Yes,
Left.
date stamp too. Cool. Ah, they're doing Japanese stuff on the bottom panel. Cultural. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We call that what? Appropriation now?
Well, unless they're actually from Japan, so
Oh, okay. That's not Tom and or Jerry
Japanese
and
mice
Tuffy.
coming over on a boat, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably going to cause all kinds of trouble for Tom. That's great.
Oh, I wanted to be a Zorro when I was a kid. I dressed up like him every Halloween until I was 12. LOL, says Fester.
So typically they'd start looking at a photo album and then they say, remember back when we did this? And then the story that follows would be whatever the picture. Right.
Yeah. That would be always what they do. And then some sitcoms and stuff. And what issue is that one?
9.
I would be interested in that one for sure. That's a pretty early Casper.
Uh-oh.
How? Oh,
just one page.
One page only. Yeah, I'd still be interested. I guess there's ways to fix that.
Yeah, and you luck out because it's right there on the edge. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal the way they tore it like that. But
and there's one of your Nephilim you like. So
yeah. There's a record that I inherited from my older brothers, and it's like the Golden Records treasury of songs about heroes. And I've always looked to see if it's somewhere available on YouTube. And because it had a lot of songs that were on 45s, the Golden Records, but it had a Superman song, it had the Lone Ranger and Zorro, everything that was popular in the 50s. It had some Bible songs on it too. And I found someone has put up that Golden Records Bible. It's Mitch Miller and the Sandpipers, and there's some great songs about Daniel and Samson, and they're just so memorable and fun. And anyway, so I found that stuff on YouTube.
So can you help me out? Explain the gag cover. I'm just missing something. What is so funny? He's washing the hands of his clock.
He's washing his hands maybe to prevent COVID. I don't know.
I guess the joke is, hey, a clock has hands, and even those hands need washing. I don't know.
I guess he's trying to help him out because he can't reach the sink. All of these covers on these Disney books, I mean, they're not funny, and sometimes you got to really think out what's going on, and
Right.
then once you realize it, it's just not funny at all. That's what I've experienced. Like, okay, so here he's. Oh, that's a Sputnik cover.
Yep.
That's
what-
pretty good.
That's what most Americans felt they thought of Sputnik. He's floating up in space to hit it.
Oh. What would that Casper comic be, Kevin?
These are all dollar comics.
Oh, okay. Then give me the Casper, and unless Micah wants the Daffy, I may want that one.
You go right ahead.
'Cause I like space stuff.
It's a good book.
You have it?
I believe so. You go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Easy comic reader. I started listening to the Groovy Ghoulies after watching your earlier video. Okay. I had it playing in the background because I was recording. Some people have ordered episodes already of, oh, it's taped, but that's all right. I'm almost happy when they're these people that collect the 9.8 books for sport. I'm almost happy when a book has damage now. It is just, it's like a punk rock reactionary FU to the people that collect comics for sport that never even open them, that buy them in plastic. It's like, it's got damage. Great. It's a real comic that some kid really loved. That's
Your pile?
In my pile, yeah. And did you figure out what that Spider-Man would, the one that was the cover was kind of hanging on, what that would be? Do you know where you put that? Did you see that one graphic? I don't know if you saw that one.
Earlier there was a Marvel Tales or something, right?
Oh, was there? Oh, yeah. No, I have that Marvel Tales. No, he had a Amazing Spider-Man comic that I don't remember when, or I'm losing track of time. He had some coverless books like last week, and then this one that had the cover barely hanging on, and I don't like that art style too much. Whoever that artist is, I know him. That's kind of.
Oh.
Those text stories were in the comics so they could mail them cheaper. Is that right, Micah?
I believe so, yeah.
Because it had text in it. It wasn't only a comic book, and then they had cheaper mailing rates. It's all.
Yeah, Kevin, I wouldn't mind that Lassie. I'll take it. So.
You want that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't knocking it. It's just that art. That's that art. But you got that beautiful photo cover of Lassie and everything. That's pretty cool.
Good grief. Yep.
These are still dollar comics here. Oh, yeah, a lot of tape.
Yeah, you guys can have these for all $1 each.
You go right ahead, big guy.
I don't know if I've ever seen an episode of Sergeant Bilko, but I know that I respect it because people have all told me it's really great. And this Doberman guy seems like he's what Flounder was based on, an Animal House. Have you ever watched Sergeant Bilko, Micah?
Yeah, I like it a little bit better than I do Gomer.
Okay.
I didn't really care for Gomer Pyle. I liked Sergeant Biz Carter on Gomer Pyle, but
Jim Neighbors is pretty hard to take, man.
Right, exactly. But yeah, that's a pretty good show.
Yeah, throw that in my pile. I think I'd like to read that comic. Yeah, it's not in the best of shape, but Easy Comic Reader at some point said yes, but I don't know what that was in reaction to because I haven't been following the chat. I gladly take the unwanted comics.
Yeah.
I knew Micah would want that Lassie.
Yeah, easy readers like us.
Yeah.
He's just, likes good stories. So.
Now I'm trying to remember. Easy Comic Reader has appeared very recently.
Right. He was, I think he was there Wednesday night, or
okay,
maybe it was on your Thursday show.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that one, Kevin. If it's pretty, yeah, that'd be great.
That is a disturbing portrait of Wile E. Coyote. He looks like he's starving, first of all, like the way he's sunken in, and then his nose looks a little too phallic. I don't know. And then the feet on Roadrunner look way too big. It's like all off model. I don't know. But it's a 10 center. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, probably 1959, I'm guessing, maybe 1960.
Oh, we should play that game. There it
is. 59?
We should play that game and guess month and year.
Yeah.
On these with start. Yeah, February, April 60.
60. I said 59 or 60. Yeah.
Well, all right. You're actually right, because if it came out in February, if it's dated February 60, it was out in December of 59.
Yeah, borderline. Yeah.
Yeah. This would have been on sale at Christmas time in 1959.
I never really got into Roadrunner, the comic, because his little nephews there, they weren't in the cartoons, and yet here they are, and they all talk in rhyme, or if I remember correctly.
Oh. Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, they're okay, just they knew they couldn't do the cartoon because no one says anything in the cartoon.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't think of that. Sergeant Bilko's here on YouTube. It comes up in my feed for some reason. I guess because I watch Rat Patrol on here. I'm a new fossil on this on the
screen.
On the scene. Yeah.
On the scene, yeah. Pines Comics. Here's a goodie.
Ooh, yeah. I like this stuff. Yeah. It's just, man, this kid. What is he doing to these? It's like it's the Declaration of Independence. Wait, what is going on with that guy there? That looks like the guy that is prosecuting Trump on the left. What is he? Oh, he's a dog. Okay. Shit.
He's making them get a job, it looks like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like Terry Tunes.
You want this one?
Yeah, unless you want it. I like.
I'll defer to you. You go right ahead.
Okay, I don't want to hog stuff.
No. You're helping me out. I get the big eye. My stack's the Mickey Mouse. Yeah.
Did you say he wanted these?
Oh, I have no idea. I think Meyer's not watching intently. I think he's got family over. I mean, he might. Has Meyer ever got anything from you before?
I don't think so. No.
Probably not.
These are the leftovers.
Oh, okay. Is that the whole collection you bought?
That was it.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, those were great.
Do you have that Spider-Man handy? Or is it like somewhere you'd have to search for it?
I'd probably have to search for a while.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Man, you probably want to get home.
Yeah.
You're having this. You probably haven't eaten dinner yet.
Hey, so Kevin, I'll Instagram you Monday morning.
Yeah.
And if you got the latest Monster Bash, let me know.
Yeah, we do.
Fantastic.
Monster Bash.
Oh, that's the latest one.
Yeah, you want to look through it real quick?
I'm having a hard time remembering the one you sent me a while back. This is real recent, right?
This is the newest, yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I don't have it. But
Came
I think
out this week.
the one you sent me had Frankenstein on it as well, and that's what's throwing me. So
I think probably almost over half of them have Frankenstein on them.
okay, all right.
Yeah, he's the big guy.
Well, that makes it hard for a guy that has a bad memory like me. Going, oh, do I have this? Do I not? Yeah, that looks new to me. So the one you sent me had a bunch of Lon Chaney Jr. stuff in it. So yeah, I've never seen this. So cool. That's new to me. Good. That is a great magazine.
Well, new for your monster collection. What is that? They're selling posters? Go back a few pages if you don't mind. That ad there.
Plastic model kits.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you still have that Vampirella kit?
No, I think we could still get them though.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I look forward to getting my hands on that. That's great.
When is the release date of the Castle of Frankenstein? The new Castle of Frankenstein?
I think it's this summer. Maybe June. I think maybe June it's coming out.
Okay.
Have you guys seen monsterchannel.com?
No.
Don't know. Don't think so.
It's pretty cool. I just found it. It's 24/7 streaming.
Oh.
Monster Channel.
Oh, so is it an app on Roku, I wonder?
Yeah. Just type in monsterchannel.com.
But as far as watching it on your television, I guess you can beam it from your computer or phone to the TV.
Yeah.
What do you want with me? I didn't do anything. Well, I'll break your neck.
Dead Man Walks.
That's Elvin's son. What's he doing here? We're trying to strangle Gail. I wasn't going to hurt her. What were you doing in the room? Elvin sent him for some purpose. You're the one who removed Elvin's body.
Sometimes they edit sometimes they edit it out though, like the words. I heard somebody cussing all of a sudden one time.
Yeah. You shouldn't have showed that to me because now I don't think I'll get any work done. I will be going to watch that channel.
Is it
Yeah,
all?
I was watching some old movie and I just started hearing cussing. I thought it was like hearing things.
In an old movie? You think they added it in?
Yeah, you could tell it was like whatever DJ or host or whatever was saying it.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. I thought you meant they were like muting when something would be inappropriate.
They were adding cuss words into it.
One time I was watching a movie and it was a bunch of Indians and it would go silent every now and then. And it dawned on me, I had to figure out what they were saying. Anytime they called a woman a squaw, they would go silent. It's like that was apparently offensive now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty weird.
I found them because of Facebook. They had like a Facebook page. I think it's this guy's name. It's on Facebook.
So yeah, I wonder. I must try to see
And
if
they have commercials too. They put commercials in it.
Okay. I'm trying to see if it is on, if it's an app, if it's one of the channels you can download on Roku. I'm trying to check here, but not having much luck.
Oh, cool. I never noticed they have a weekly schedule.
Oh, John Goris, if you're still watching, my wife converted us to the YouTube that doesn't have commercials and lets you download videos, so I can actually download the cartoon Ghost Cat 4 that you lost now onto the thumb drive you sent me. And then I also don't have to worry about commercials on YouTube. I don't know if he's still watching or not. Yeah, so I saw that was a new book coming out this week.
Yeah, for 420.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
This is cool.
Oh boy, I could have fun with that. Oh boy.
I only have one more.
Well, I don't know if Steve Charlton 66 said he was gonna he said, hey, I'm just gonna send you a copy of it every month. I'm gonna add one to my, so I don't know if he's doing that or not, or yeah. How much is that magazine? $9. Yeah. Tell you what, pull that one for me and put it in my pile, and then I'll talk with him about it, and just in case. That's that's something we need is a stool. We have a stool in the kitchen. My wife sits on it. It's broken, so If there are cool designs of stools that you find, let us know so we can order. Because we need a new one. It's about it's about to collapse, and
These aren't very good.
they aren't. Sometimes they have them at auto parts stores with hot rod designs on them, but I want something for her. For
Good
them.
grief.
Looks like Batman's face.
Yeah.
The problem is they think whoever did that is thinking the romance art was really crude and they're making it intentionally crude, but the romance art was never that crude, so it doesn't look quite right. Because usually the people that did, it was like people like Ramita and stuff that did that art, and it was really just as good as Spider-Man or any other comic on the market. That TV show, whenever those movies and TV shows come out and they're so terrible, the stink is it attaches itself to the original comics. And now I look at She-Hulk, and even though I liked that comic way back when, now I think of that terrible TV show. They're really destroying everything that ever was created by Marvel gradually.
Good grief.
Jackson Roy Kirk says, "Oh man, I want to dive in those long boxes." And then he says, "I haven't been to a shop in years." And then on RAV a few Sundays ago on Ted Nugent's show, I don't know what RAV is. He said the F-bomb on regular TV. I have no idea. Now that slipped by the editors, LOL. What's RAV? I should probably know what that is.
This was I think the only time John Pound got to sign his Garbage Bucket art.
Oh, that's clever. That is a pretty twisted one.
Yeah, put that next to the Beatles Butcher cover.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, see if you can find a line on getting another one of those. Because that one you're keeping for yourself, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Well, Grottu, I'm going to slip away and get myself something to eat. If you still,
Oh yeah, sure.
If you're still on, I'll still be here. But
yeah, I might stick around for a while. I don't. Yeah, probably. Depending on who shows up.
Yeah.
So yeah, take care.
I have one more of these.
Yeah. I had my original was shredded by Pete the Cat, and I've got a replica, but who put those out?
I think Dynamite.
Dynamite. What do they sell for?
30.
30. So that Monster Channel has horror hosts on it.
Did you check it out?
I haven't found it on the Roku. What is this goofy stuff?
First instant coffee to smell like coffee. And it tastes like coffee too. I don't believe it. Come quick.
They have old commercials too, huh?
Mhm.
Don't forget.
Oh, well, I need to look into this.
Run it along.
The Weirdness Really Bad Movie sadly presents the Weirdness Thought of the Week.
Why do medications never have any good side effects? Just once, I'd like to look at a medicine bottle and see it say, may cause extreme sexiness.
Lead Paint says those Vampirella posters are now sold out. Could you?
I've been able to still order them.
You're still able to order them. Fester or Fester is also Basil. Real America's Voice. What is that? A network? I guess I don't know what that is. How do I find Real America's Voice? That's a good mask there. That's really good.
There's a really cool Mothman mask I want to get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, have you seen it?
No, I don't think so. I don't ever really investigate too much what's out there. Oh.
See that?
Huh. Yeah, I don't know much about the Mothman. I have a Mothman book that I've never read that I got it at it has a Frazetta cover.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess
a new
of
series.
legend
The
from
Forgotten
the
Sisters are putting out
United
a new
States.
series.
I wonder if I already have the Monster Channel downloaded on my Roku. Let me check because it looks that logo looks familiar.
Yeah, you could join. Oh, what did I do?
My wife says she's been glued to the TV watching. She was going
Oh,
to
look
take
at
a
it.
shower and appear on the show, but she says, "I hope you're not waiting for me. I've been glued to the TV watching," so she hasn't had a chance to get ready to come on. And I said, "That's okay." Yeah.
You should apply right here.
What is it saying? Becoming
They're
part of our
interested in they're interested in new hosted programming. If you have a show and are interested to become a
Oh
part
yeah.
of their channel,
You mean they want to
you
once
could become a part of this
show that
channel.
they
Yeah.
can put into their lineup?
Yeah.
Well, let me look at their channel and figure out what it's like. I don't know if I don't know how many people would. I don't know if what I do would be a good. I think I've been told I'm kind of hard to take. Let's see. Oh yeah, Monster Channel. I've had it download. I've had this on my Roku for years. Yeah, I found it. I've got it. I just, but then it says channel not a. It says I clicked on it. It says Monster Channel is no longer available. You may want to remove it from your home screen. So I guess Roku took it away.
It says as of July they've been just on their website now.
I wonder why.
I mean, it gets traffic to their site, and then they get paid, right, for ads or whatever. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know
I
how
mean,
it works.
I guess if you've got a computer near your TV, you can beam it to the TV and watch it on it. The problem is when I beam a show from my phone to my television, if anyone calls me, it kicks me off. But so let's see what Fester's saying. He's saying, yes, a TV network, really good. Look, and you will find it. I just stumbled across it on off-air TV, but I know you can watch it online too. And it's called Real America's Voice. I'll see if that's a Roku channel that can be downloaded. And who does that monster? You sent me one of those Monster Freak stickers. Who do, and the Bela Lugosi one? Who does those?
I think it's Retro Go-Go.
It's really well done. Are there others done by that same artist that are in that style with?
There's got to be.
Okay. It's just really pretty cool. Is that a Charlie Brown record player? Yeah. Okay. That's pretty neat. That was always one of my favorite records. Yeah, I've seen that record player. That's really nice. Yeah. Well, let's see if anyone else wants to come in, and I'll put the link here in the chat, and maybe someone else will want to drop in. Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much busy on a Saturday night. Let's see.
Gotta come back sometime.
Oh, hold on. Let me make you full screen so I can see that. What? That's a pretty cool issue. Is this a new acquisition?
There's one of the books I kept for myself.
Oh, that's yours. Okay. I don't blame you. I've never seen that cover. Gary Davis says, how's it going today? It's going well. It's just hanging out. I'm trying to celebrate my birthday tonight because on my birthday I was in kind of a bad mood, and then it was like my birthday celebration was more like a courtroom drama. I felt like I was being grilled by a district attorney about my politics and the fact that I, believe in God and stuff. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm curious to see. Oh, it's Gary Von Davis. Hello, Gary Von Davis. What's up?
Hey, Grottu, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. It's great to finally get to talk to you.
Yeah. Where are
and
you
hello,
at?
Graphic Man.
Hello.
What part of the world are you in?
Actually in Denver, Colorado, trying to turn my tablet so that it's set the right way here.
Yeah, widescreen. Yeah.
There we go. I've been watching you guys for the longest time, and I've wanted to become part of the live chat, and I've just never been able to for the longest time. I wanted to do the Four Color Fossils thing, and you had asked me to go ahead and go. It was on a Wednesday night, and I was at work, and I just couldn't go. So, it was just so hard. What's that?
Yeah, and it's like every Wednesday. I remember now. You were like, but yeah.
So
yeah,
Gary, what's your collecting specialty?
I collect just about anything and everything. Most of my collections are horror. I'm a big horror fan, but I'm into comics. I'm into collectibles, into toys, Star Wars, Star Trek, Kiss. Mostly, as far as horror goes, I love the Universal monsters. Just all those things.
Yeah. It sounds like you'd fit right in. Look at that.
You like Boris Karloff?
That is awesome. Yeah, Boris Karloff. The Boris Karloff comics. I was at a toy convention recently, and I was able to get a fairly early copy of that Boris comic. And I wish I had it here now, but I'm kind of in the process of moving. I'm moving from an apartment to back to my old homestead. My mother passed away 6 years ago, and so I'm moving into her home. And so right now, there's hardly anything on the walls. I've been taking my comic collection down. I've been putting things away. So right now, I have very little to show.
So you have more room?
Yeah, I'm getting more room. I have an entire basement. I think you've seen my Fortress of Solitude pictures that I put on Facebook. I think Grottu, I think you've liked a few of them. And basically what I'm trying to do is put together a museum of just different collectibles, different pop culture things, and just kind of making a place where people can come and visit and, take a look at my collection, take a look at what they see and what they like, things like that.
Yeah. That sounds great. Yeah, I don't know where to look. I'm kind of looking down at the comics that Gotham City's going through down there. Yeah. So, Micah, do you know about the Boris Karloff Museum that used to be up at Niagara Falls?
No,
There was a Boris Karloff. I don't know if it was a wax museum or something like that, but I've seen pennants. That you could souvenir pennants. I think the thing is still there. It's just not called Boris Karloff's anymore, but maybe it's called Frankenstein's Castle, and it's kind of like it's a tourist attraction.
Is Gotham still selling?
Oh, Gotham, are these books? These you're showing books that are for sale there, Kevin?
Yeah, these are.
This is all your store stock that you're selling.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, he was just wondering.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what I had missed or what was still going on.
He just now started showing books. I don't think you missed anything.
He showed a Frank Frazetta book that was a homage to Journey into Mystery.
Yeah, is that one of those Glenn Danzig comics? Or does someone else have the rights to Death Dealer now?
It's the Frazetta girls.
Yeah,
Oh,
Frank
okay.
Frazetta's daughters. I think
Yeah.
for a while in the 90s, Death Dealer was being done by Danzig's.
No, it's called Opus.
Okay. I'd never seen it. I was just curious.
Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're modern, I don't know anything about them.
Does it say 12 cents on it? Approved by the Frazetta girls. Oh, no, it says 22. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I had to order 5 copies to get one of these.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes those Frazetta items are difficult, just because you can't tell sometimes if it's an original Frazetta or if it's someone who's kind of copying Frazetta.
Lead Paint says there's a P40 behind you, Gary, right?
You know, that actually is a P40, a P40, a Warhawk. It's not an actual P40. It's a piece of artwork that somebody had made for me. I'm a big fan of the Flying Tigers, and so as you can see, it's the side of a P40.
Oh, yeah.
It's made of aluminum. It's actually made of aluminum, and it's a pretty large piece of artwork. The man who sculpted it actually decided to put bullet holes in it for me, and he put the Flying Tiger on there. He did an exceptional job. I was really impressed.
Well, Gary, I don't know if you know, but Lead Paint, who asked you that, he used to voluntarily jump out of airplanes all the time.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Wow.
Lead Paint
That's
and Meyer.
And we have another fossil, Meyer Greenblatt. They always jumped out of airplanes. So
Without a parachute.
Yeah.
Well, that explains something, right?
Yeah. So that's probably why he's recognizing what that is behind you. So
Yeah, I thought it was like the side of a model kit box or something. I didn't even really think of it. When do you think you'll have everything set? Well, it'll probably take a while to have it set up. When do you think you'll be fully moved out of the place you're in?
I have a target date for 2 weeks from this weekend. So, in another 2 weeks, I'll have things a little bit more in focus, and I'll be able to participate a little more, be able to show a little more of my collection, a little more of the things that I'm interested in. But I'll tell you what, guys, I feel like I'm part of this group of guys. I feel like you guys are brothers from another mother, kind of. You know what I mean?
Cool. That's great.
Yeah,
that's the way I feel. That's I got my my panties in a wad. I got all my feelings hurt the other night because it's like, what? Do they hate me? What?
I saw that video. I was watching it, and it's kind of funny. I wanted to assure you. I was just like, dude, you don't have to worry about it. I mean, I have felt exactly the same way at times. It's just like you were worried about them timing you and things like that. It's just like, what? Why are you making? such a big deal about this kind of thing, and we just don't have to. You know, we can brush it off and say, you know what, if you don't like me, that's fine.
Yeah,
You
I just don't
know,
want to be a prick on someone else's show. I can be a prick on my show. And I was thinking, boy, I'm maybe, and I really was thinking I was that night. I was thinking afterwards, and my wife watched and said, yeah, you really did kind of go a little far on someone else's show. But then I didn't expect, I don't want to talk about it too much. It kind of just hurt my feelings and everything. I'll get over it.
well, yeah, no one could blame you for that. And you
I
know, the
just,
times when I've seen you on the Four Color Fossil show, I've just noticed that you just kind of hold back a little bit. You're quiet for most of the time until Graphic Man says, "Hey, what about Grottu? What's Grottu up to?"
well,
You know,
well, I don't
and
like
then
to talk
you know,
over people. I try not to and stuff.
yeah. Oh wow, Gotham City's got a great picture of Herman there. Look at that. Herman Munster with Pabst Blue Ribbon. That's awesome.
Maybe
I
change
think
it to a Bud Light.
by the way, Gary, I'm not a drinker, but I hear that Pabst or other brands are really selling now because of all the Bud Light stuff going on.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. And I think they should. I mean, they should. It should almost be like a feeding frenzy.
Now that one could be a real design but I don't think it maybe had a black background, or maybe that's a collage from different ones. The first one you showed is not is made in the style. That's a replica of a real one. The first
That's
one,
cool.
yeah, the first one that had the shock monster head, that one, that does not look completely authentic, but it looks cool. But it's just
Don't you, Gratu? Don't you have a bunch of those original posters?
I have some. The guy that had the most that I've ever seen, it was Howie Pyro. He passed away. I don't know where. And also Mike Draney that ran Something Weird had tons of them, and he also passed away. So maybe it's dangerous to get too many of them. I don't want to joke that. I shouldn't joke that way, but anyway, they're wonderful, and they've become. I bought what I bought was 15, 20 years ago, and I think they're pretty high dollar now. What I mean, I know they're high dollar.
Yeah,
that's amazing,
especially if they're original. Yeah.
What is that?
1939.
What is that?
Amazing.
That's cool.
That's in really good shape. What is
That almost looks like a Xanthi Misfit from the Outer Limits on
$100? Yeah, I should say that's a amazing image. That's amazing. What
that would
month
be a great
and year is that?
Well, it's 1939.
July 39. Okay. I could never afford something like that, but I was gonna go and get a scan off the internet of that because it's so cool, that little monster. Uh-oh, what happened?
Did Gotham drop?
Oh, yeah, he did.
If somebody drops it, it'll pop back to the main screen, which is you.
Okay. So
I'm not seeing anything right now.
Probably died.
We're still here, Gary.
You're frozen, I think.
By the way, Gary, you mentioned Facebook. Are you on Instagram?
No, I'm not. I usually only have time for Facebook. Instagram, I haven't had time to get into that.
Yeah, Instagram can be fun. Now they let you put music with your picture, the pictures you put up, and I've been having fun with that. Yeah,
I'll have to check it out.
Gary, if you do get on, look up Graphic Man Comics, and I try to make a little tiny thumbnail image for each of the upcoming 4-color fossil shows. This last one I did was I made the fossil guys the Planet of the Apes, and
that's cool.
Was I the guy in the very back?
Yes, you sure are. You sure
I
are.
was trying to figure out. That kind of looks like my face on the monkey and the gorilla in the back.
And I was really pleased with Metarog because I found an image of him turning just at the right angle to put on that orangutan, and so sometimes it doesn't work out. I don't get the fossils turning their heads in the right direction. But
I think if you could get Shannon into a Planet of the Apes cover, that would be like one of his cherished possessions. Shannon into a Planet of the Apes cover, that would be like one of his cherished possessions. Well, where's that coming from?
Gary has turned on his YouTube, I think.
Oh,
where's that coming from?
Yeah,
Gary has turned on his YouTube, I think.
no, I'm trying to get back to you guys, and I'm not sure what's going on here.
It's all right. This is what he's talking about. It's all right. This is what he's talking about here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try and get back to you guys.
You don't know where to look.
Shannon's in that as the lawgiver.
Oh, he is?
When the video plays, he's the lawgiver.
This is what he's talking about. This is what he's talking about.
I'm going to try. Shannon's in that as the lawgiver.
I saw the image on YouTube, but I didn't watch this video on Instagram yet. Okay, so, all right.
Yeah, go ahead, sit there and watch it. I want to get your reaction. The music, I'm surprised they let me get away with it. I double beated it. And
what is the song?
It's from the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, okay. Let me. I'm going to go full screen here on my screen, and
that's you.
Oh shit!
And then Howler.
I don't know why it's not playing.
It's freezing up on you. That was Howler.
Yeah, I can tell that's Howler. He just looks like someone from Deliverance, South Honey.
Right. It's almost like your phone won't play it unless it's looking at your face. There's Steve.
Could that really be?
Why is it locking up when you turn it away?
I don't know.
There, that's Shannon. That's Shannon right there.
Oh, that's horrifying, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, no.
Hey, is Gary still on?
Yeah. Let me get everyone back into the frame.
Hey, Gary.
Is it you that messaged me?
On Facebook?
Yes, it is. About those little comics that were included in, I think, some cereal or something.
Yeah, I got him. If you need them.
Great. I would love to get some prices from you and get those if I could.
Real quickly, Gary.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the echo. I'm
trying to enter the studio here.
I wasn't trying to self-promote.
I just wanted to know.
Instagram is a good
way for me to contact you.
You're kind of choppy, and I'm having trouble hearing you.
I think someone has their sound turned on. That's what's. Someone has their sound turned on. That's what's. I think the chaos is funny. I think the chaos is funny, but I don't think.
Gary, are you watching on YouTube?
No, I'm actually yes.
Mute the.
I'm watching on YouTube.
Mute the YouTube. That'll fix it. Yeah, I think you did. Okay.
I think it was me.
Oh, we're blaming Gary.
Oh wait, there's another Gary Von Davis coming in.
Okay.
Sorry, it was me.
He never.
Mute the YouTube.
He never left. He never officially left, and now he's got a new one. So.
Oh. I don't know exactly which one's the real one. One of them's a clone.
Well, when he speaks, the old one is vibrating. So
I see a face on the new one, but doesn't show on the screen, but it shows down below.
Okay. Oh, these are the little books.
Comic book premiums he was talking about.
Yeah, kind of like March of
I remember those things.
Yeah.
You got the Bugs Bunny one.
Yeah.
With the rocket on it?
All right, let's take a look here. Get a YouTube solo layout. I remember that. This is showing the screen, but it shows down below.
Okay.
Oh,
these are the little book. Yeah, kind of like March of.
I remember those things. All right, let's take a look here. The effects on the new. I remember that. This is showing the screen, but it shows down below. I remember those things. All right, let's take a look, but it shows down below.
Look at my comment.
Oh. Why do I find this shit funny? I guess it's from being a school teacher for so long. It just sounds like a classroom, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's funny.
So, Gary, if I contact you, I may need to contact you through Grottu if you guys are communicating on Facebook.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, sometimes I'll look more carefully. Sometimes it might take me a few days to notice someone's talking to me on Facebook because I just go on there and find pictures and then take them over to Instagram and post them like it's my content that I've just stolen from Facebook. And then I put music over it. I don't really, my wife pays attention to all that stuff a lot more than I do because it gets to the point where if I look at a phone too long, it just starts like burning through my retinas. I'm not cut out for this electronic age.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get used to it. It gets annoying at times, and it can just be too much.
Well, I've got the very beginnings of what do you call them, cataracts. You know, start getting this glow coming from bright lights and the little starburst rays coming from oncoming headlights and stuff. And I
have difficulty with that every once in a while when I'm on my phone looking at something. A lot of times I'll just need to get away from it, and I will still see flashing things in front of my eyes.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. That's cool.
Oh, Kevin, I'd like that one too. This is graphic. So.
Hey, Grottu, I'm not able to see you guys at all. I'm able to see myself. Are you able to put me in there too?
I can see everyone but you. Well, hold on. You're down at the bottom now. It says device not connected.
It says I'm backstage.
Oh, okay. Let me try. According to this, there's two of you now.
Hey, Kevin, that means that Gary didn't see any of those Bugs Bunnies you were showing.
Oh, he didn't see it?
He was showing the little bitty comics.
you're there at the bottom left, but you're not moving, and then you're up.
So, Gary, can you see that? Can you see the Bugs Bunny? Wow. There's technology. I tell
We'll
you what.
see it at some point. Oh, you can watch it on replay if you can't. I don't know which one.
Yeah,
I think
Gary,
you
if you can hear us, go to the 3-hour, 15-minute mark on YouTube.
So what is what cereal? What these were premiums for? What?
Quaker Oats, right?
Oh yeah, you were telling me about
Man,
that.
that's cool.
Because it had to fit inside that can.
Yeah.
Oh, they were in the can. Okay.
I don't want to buy any of these, but that one where he's got the counterfeit money, that looked pretty cool.
This one seems to be worth the most.
That's because I'm sorry, it's from Song of the South, which is a band. Now Disney has officially banned it, so it's forbidden material.
And that stuff.
Gary, can you see the Bugs Bunnies?
I can see.
It's like someone's in a coma. Can you see the Bugs Bunny?
It's like a doctor. It's like someone's in a coma. Can you see the Bugs Bunny?
Can you see the bunnies?
Okay, he's hearing us. I don't know if he's seeing. Are you seeing us?
He's hearing us. I don't know if he's seeing. Are you seeing us, Harry?
No.
Okay.
Okay, on YouTube.
Hearing us.
Okay, on YouTube, hearing us.
Go to the 3-hour.
I'm wondering if it's on my end. I'm wondering if there's maybe a problem with my my Wi-Fi. Maybe that's the problem.
So I don't know how Richard Nixon talked to the astronauts on the moon with an old landline type telephone.
Gary, the screen you're looking at is a StreamYard. You're looking at the StreamYard screen. If you click over to the YouTube, just keep the volume down on YouTube. You'll see the images probably.
Okay.
They'll just be slightly about 9 seconds delayed from what's really happening. There's that counterfeiter I told you about.
I put it on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear. Everyone hears each other. It's just we don't see you and you don't see us, but everyone can. It's like a regular phone call. We're hearing you talk, and you're hearing us talk.
And Gotham is showing you some great little mini books. Unfortunately, you can't see them.
You got a whole lot of these things.
Yes. But like I said, Gary, you'll be able to go back and see them on YouTube later.
Yeah, I'll probably check them out a little bit later. just partially because I want to see the books, but I also want to see how horrible I look on the images.
Nah,
I tell you, the interiors look really good. So
is this art that's reconfigured from regular comics, or was this art specifically done for these books?
That's a good question. I'm sure they've had to tighten up some of the panels if they converted it. But yeah, it looks like it's made specifically for this.
It kind of does. Excuse me. Yeah, it kind of does.
These are really cool. I really like them. They remind me a lot of the.
So you're seeing these?
Quaker puffed wheat.
Yeah, shot from guns. Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Cool.
Yeah, You cut out, but I think you were about to say they remind you of the March of Comics. Is that what you're going to say? They also are like Tijuana Bibles. And they're also like, I have like a little Abner one from the 40s that's shaped like that. I don't know what product it came from. Something like Oxidol or something.
Well, as far as being like the Tijuana Bibles, they are kind of
They're a little too long to be a Tijuana Bible, but it's, I think, relatively the same size.
yeah.
These are
Those
great.
weren't color, of course.
You know what's funny about the Tijuana Bibles is the Tijuana Bibles to me were reminiscent of the Chick publication tracts.
Isn't that ironic that it's basically the same
Isn't
format?
that ironic that it's basically the same format?
Yeah, and I'm wondering who copied. Well, I imagine Chick copied from the Tijuana Bibles. I'm wondering if Chick meant.
Yeah, but it's almost like he
took something evil and switched it over.
Something evil and switched it over.
So
easily distributed and.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe that would be what he did, was intentionally make them so that, you know, someone picks up a Chick tract and they think, oh, it's another Tijuana Bible. Let's read this, you know.
Well, my opinion is I think it was just a coincidence. I don't think Jack Chick was aiming for that.
That was a good 20, 30 years before.
Yeah, the idea is a businessman will have some of those in his pocket. He'll be able to pass it out to some guy that he meets. So it's just meant for small convenience, really.
Or put them on a gas pump or windshield wipers, right. Or just put them on a bus.
Whereas the Tijuana guy wanted it small and compact because he wanted to hide it from his mother or something. So
yeah. They were sold under the counter. And okay, what do we got here? Oh, the DVD.
Exactly. I remember. Lost everybody. Oh no. No.
We still have two Garys. The 8-ball looking thing and
I just told Eric Ring we're still on.
Oh, did the auction end?
I doubt it, but he asked, "Are you still on?"
Oh, okay.
Because I told him I was having a ball over here, and Dr. Silver Age told me I was having a ball over here.
Told me he's listening in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
What is that called? I Love Comics?
What is that called? I Love Comics?
Why am I the only one that echoes and no one else? Or maybe.
Oh, I hear myself echoing too.
Oh, okay.
Why am I the only one? I hear myself echoing too. Oh, okay. What is that called? I Love Comics? What is that called? I Love Comics?
I Love Comics. Is it called?
Why am I the only one that love comics? Is it called I Love Comics? Oh, I hear myself echoing too. Oh, okay. Why am I the only?
Is it called I Love Comics, or is it all called I Love Comics?
I was getting ready to row your boat gently down the stream.
Oh, he's right now he is he's doing EC reprints, which are starting to get pricey.
Yeah. Fortunately, I've got a bunch of those.
Yeah, I think everybody does, but I never expected them to get valuable. I just thought it was. I remember thinking it was weird that Disney, or Gladstone or whatever it was called, was publishing EC reprints. It's like, but now Disney's destroyed their image so much that nothing's surprising. Oh, he must be going home. Oh, this is cool. If we're lucky, he'll take us to his house and show the interior of his house. That's what I'm hoping. Because I think he just set the burglar alarm and virtually in Mesa, Arizona. Oh, Gary dropped off, I think, accidentally. Sometimes StreamYard does not work on a phone at all. You've got to be on something more substantial. It doesn't for me ever. Michael Taylor's here. Hello, Grottu Graphic Man, Gary Gotham. It's amazing how much Bugs Bunny looked originally. He was originally white and pink, sounded different.
Yeah.
Never said, "What's up, Doc?" Yeah.
Right.
Damn.
He was a slow process. So was Daffy, but
yeah,
it's hard to believe Porky, was there the first.
Yeah, he was the big star.
Yeah.
He's got a Taco Bell across the street. Looks like an old motel. This must be a main strip, like a highway. If it has one of those old 50s motels.
There's Gary.
Yeah, you're actually moving now. You're actually not halfway frozen.
Yeah.
Okay, it may be working now. Looks like it's working.
Well, what I turned off my device and I restarted it, so hopefully that'll work.
Yeah, it looks like it's working. Yeah. Okay, we're walking with Kevin.
Nice.
It's amazing what entertains us. Let's see. Donald Duck originally had a longer beak. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he did, didn't he? The animal they kind of have evolved to the point where Donald Duck really doesn't resemble a real duck hardly at all. Mickey Mouse hardly resembles a real rodent at all in any way.
I remember seeing that somebody made the point of pointing out that Mickey Mouse's best friend, Goofy, is a dog, and he has a pet dog, Pluto.
Yeah, that was Harvey Kurtzman and then the Mad EC Mad that made all those observations about Goofy talking and also all of the she showed a cow being dragged away, being arrested for being seen in public obscenely without white gloves, because all Disney characters have to have white gloves. He was just very observant and saw things that were idiotic in his mind, and then he just beat it into the ground. Look at how just forcing the kids. Look at how idiotic the stuff is that you're reading, and it was funny.
Did Disney throw some legal battle his way because of that?
I don't know, but I know that when they did the parody of Archie, that was pretty much the death. That's pretty much what got EC, because
really
the guy in charge of Archie was outraged, and he was one of the people that spearheaded the Comics Code Authority, and I think was one of the leading the guys that ran it. So because it was really self-censoring board, but he was so pissed at EC, he wrote things into the Comics Code that you can't have the word horror or terror in the title of your comic. You can't have vampires, werewolves, zombies. He wrote it almost targeting EC, but also a lot of the imitations of EC. But that's my
he had a
understanding.
vendetta.
He was
Yeah.
really pissed because the Archie parody went pretty far, and I mean they had them running a protection racket, and Reggie walking around naked in one scene, and
I remember reading that even when I was a little kid. I read it in the reprints, and I thought to myself, "Wow, this is pretty intense."
oh yeah, the Weatherby, Principal Weatherby's chasing Betty and Veronica around his
That's
office
right.
with his tongue out, and then Archie's talking about how different Betty and Veronica look, and then you realize Betty and Veronica really do look exactly the same except for their hair color. And Harvey
Yeah.
Kurtzman points this out to kids, and then you look at the original comics and you say, that is kind of true. They it's like that's the same girl.
It is almost. One thing I noticed about Archie, and a friend of mine was singing the praises of Archie comics, because he was saying how pure they were and how innocent they were. But I was just really kind of reflecting on that and realizing Archie was kind of a player. I mean, he had Betty and Veronica, and he was always looking, for any other girl, and so
Yeah.
it always kind of floored me that
Other side of it, Betty and Veronica were best friends and seemed to be only mildly annoyed that they were in competition. They kind of seemed to be okay with it, and in reality, girls would have been fighting and clawing each other. But it's very, the whole thing is very surreal. About human behavior and everything. But then this TV show on the WB network or whatever, I think I thought it was just terrible what they did.
Are you talking about Riverdale? Is that the show that you're talking about?
Network, yeah. Well, yeah, because they have Archie having an affair with his teacher who's now younger. They show Reggie is obviously gay, and he's hanging out like a slumber party with Veronica and staring out. They're both staring out the window. I saw some scene somewhere on YouTube where Archie's getting dressed in the house next door, and they're both admiring his abs. It's like, boy, he's sure got abs now. It's like, and he's saying, "You sure are lucky." It's like, what are you guys doing? You have to destroy everything that had. They just think that's what people want, and
I heard about that. My daughter was actually telling me a little bit about it. She was saying that Betty and Jughead were dating, and I thought, wait a minute, okay, Jughead never had any interest in girls whatsoever. And
what they're doing is, first of all, the kids that watch that aren't even aware that it used to be a comic book.
Yeah. My daughter, I told her, I said Archie used to be a famous comic book way back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, and she said, really? She had never heard of Archie comics.
I've seen mothers in comic stores asking for Archie comics because they want to take them home to their kids to show them exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
And, but I talked to kids that had watched Smallville for years and had no idea it was about Superman. They just thought it's some alien.
Really?
They didn't know. I mean, the average kid doesn't know Clark Kent is Superman.
No.
They don't know. I mean, they've heard it. They've seen Superman. They've seen pictures of Superman. They know he has an S on his chest. They don't know the details. They don't know who the Lone Ranger is. There's just too much out there. Too many different ways to. Oh, he disappeared. I was hoping we were going to get to go into his house and see his personal collection. Maybe he'll
come back on. You never know.
I don't even know.
Well,
I'm not even
that
sure if he
brings up,
still realized he was recording. He must have.
maybe he didn't, and then he just realized it and turned it off. Maybe that's what happened.
But we were looking out the window. Don't you kind of have to hold your camera up to do that? I mean,
While you're driving.
yeah, because I would have just have it on the seat and it would just be showing the ceiling of the roof of the car.
Yeah.
Oh well, maybe he'll call back.
I'm one of those people who's really anal about people being on the phone while they're driving. I'm just like, get off your damn phone
Yeah.
and use the accelerator, figure out how to use the accelerator and go.
Yeah. Oh, I accidentally hit what does that star mean? Okay, Grottu, I have to start commenting on your videos again. I would always comment on your videos, but haven't been lately. Same thing with Captain Stranger's Life. Yes, I know you used to comment, and then you were saying that that you weren't going to comment because my your comments weren't shown. I don't know. I think something's weird about YouTube because the comments you were saying, did you see my comments? And then I never saw them, and then I don't know. I think sometimes YouTube won't show the comments if they're too long. Sometimes YouTube rejects them, and sometimes if you have a link, YouTube won't let you show links. And I'm sure you weren't cursing, but YouTube will reject. And you know where I found some of those? You said you had sent comments, Michael, and I said I never saw them. And then my wife showed me there was a place where there were comments that are waiting for review. And there were a couple from you that were long, and I guess YouTube wanted me to read them before I let them through or something. I don't know. I guess they're afraid of people bullying other people or putting some manifesto on or some. Gary, I'm looking forward to seeing a tour of your collection. Maybe you could be on the fossil panel one of these days. He's wanting to, yeah.
That would be great. I would love to, once I get everything all set up, I would love to, do a video tour of the collection that I have.
Yeah. So you're in Boulder?
No, I'm actually in Denver, close to Boulder. It's a suburb of Denver called North Glen.
See, I don't know much. Where is Mile High Comics in Boulder?
Mile High Comics is close to the city of Denver. Are you talking about the big warehouse that they've got? They've got a huge warehouse.
I guess I'm talking about the gigantic store.
Yeah, they've got a huge warehouse, probably about 10 miles away from me.
Oh.
And I love it. That place is gigantic, and they have just about everything you could ever want there. It's a wonderful place to visit.
But is it more like a museum and just not affordable, or there's stuff you
No, it's very affordable. There's a lot of things. There's just a lot there, and it literally is a warehouse. Very high ceilings, and the place is just full of graphic novels, comics, toys, games, cards, apparel, collectibles. They have a lot of displays of different kinds of collectibles, vintage toys, and they are all for sale, but the vintage toys are way, way high in the expense. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, come out to Mile High Comics and you can see. I'll take you there sometime.
Are the prices as high as the website prices?
I'm sorry?
He's asking if the prices in the store are as high as the Mile High website prices, I guess.
I couldn't say because I haven't been on the Mile High website. I haven't looked at that website, so I don't know. They do have a discount for all their back issues. They do run a discount for those, and I can't remember offhand what the discount is, but there's certain back issues that they have discounted. But yeah, I would imagine that the prices for online are pretty much the same in the warehouse. I would imagine. Graphic Man is back. How's it going? It's Micah, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering because I see your name. I see your name is Graphic Man, and I'm thinking, I know he's got a real name.
Now, is the Vaughn something you add, or is that really part of your name? Or
I did add it. It was actually something that a friend of mine pointed out. One time on Facebook, I had a picture of the original Red Baron, the man who was the Red Baron. I put him on as my profile picture, and his middle name was Vaughn. And a friend of mine pointed out, well, you should do that with your name. You should change it to Gary Von Davis. And I thought, that's a great idea. And I mean, it works for Dita Von Teese. It works for, all these other, rockabilly people or what, people who are into that kind of thing. And I put it on there and it stuck for the longest time. And a lot of people really think that's really my middle name. But I like it, and so I let it stay.
yeah, cool. Well, let's see. I'm going to put the link out again and see if anyone else wants to pop on.
We can get someone else.
I sent the link to Eric.
Oh, did you?
Just in case.
Let me see how that auction's going now. And I'm sure the EC books are already. Let's see here.
Grottu, there's been times when you've done the tours of your home, and I got to tell you, it's funny. Every time I watch when you do a tour of your home, I end up going to eBay trying to get half the stuff that you've got.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
I'll see something new that you point out that I've never seen before, and I'll be like, well, I want one of those.
What are some of the, can you remember some of the stuff?
Well, just recently the Whammo comic book. I just recently got that.
Oh, shit, I don't even have that. I just talked about it, or maybe I showed I put there's 2 commercials for that on YouTube, and I put both commercials in that show I've been putting together on DVD. So
yeah,
I've never actually seen one in person.
Well, the thing is, I think you were talking with another person from Four Color Fossils. There was another gentleman, I can't remember which one.
Oh, it might have been Jambo had it.
Yeah, I think he had it, and you'd been talking to him about it, and he brought it out and showed it. And that was the first time I'd ever seen it. And so I started looking for it on Facebook or on eBay. And I actually did buy it just this last week.
Did you get it yet?
No, I haven't gotten it yet. Oh. It hasn't come yet, but I'll save it.
How much go for now?
I've seen them for close to $70. I didn't pay that much for mine, but I'm one of those cheap guys who doesn't buy a whole lot at very expensive prices. So let me see what I got it for. Bear with me for just a second here.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often at all. I've never seen one in person.
I purchased that for $35.
Oh, okay.
So I was able to find that for $35, and I talked him down from $60. So
have you ever seen one of those, Micah?
No, I was daydreaming a little. What are we talking about?
The Whammo giant comic. Do you even know what that is?
No.
Let me pull up an ad, and I'll share screen and show it. It was Whammo, the company that made all Water Wiggle and all this stuff. They made a gigantic comic that they sold in toy stores, and they got some artists like Wally Wood did some of it, and they tried to have all the genres covered in this giant comic. They had funny animal and Western and science fiction. And
when you say giant, treasury sized or?
Oh, it's bigger than treasury size. It's like, wow. There were two
Almost.
commercials that because Whammo always advertised their stuff on television. So I'll show you the commercials.
There's no way that that's going to fit in my back pocket and I ride my bike home.
No, it was gigantic. Let me.
I think it's about the size of two Treasury-size comics put together. I think that's if you were to open up a Treasury-size comic, I think that's how big the darn thing is.
For the handful.
Science, a giant Whammo comic book with pages and pages of adventure. And pages of science fiction. And lots of pages of fun and laughter.
It looks like they have about 50 panels on a page.
You'll love the new giant Whammo comic book with its exciting new colors and stories by the top comic writers of America. Now under $1 at toy stores everywhere. It's more
That thing's
fun.
huge.
Whammo.
Yeah, I think it's like a newspaper, pretty much.
Yeah.
It
That
seems
thing
like
is
I remember
gigantic.
one time, maybe Night Tiger was talking about, like maybe the GI Joe commercials for the Marvel comic were the first TV commercials for a comic book, and I said no. I think that this is another version of the same commercial. I think that these in the 60s could have been the first. See, it looks like a wood cover there.
Comic book. Loads of comic books all in one gigantic book. Giant page after page crammed with hours of new adventures. Loads of exciting stories of new superheroes. Missions of daring and danger. More and more new stories of super battles. Super combat in suspense-filled comic after comic. Never before have so many comics been in one book. There's page after page of new science fiction, strange tales of weird super monsters in terrifying outer space, hundreds of new characters, hours of fun and laughter with crazy mixed-up clowns and their goofy adventures. Stories of mystery, shock, suspense, and surprise. It's new, it's wild, it's different. You've never seen a comic book like it. Over 1,500 action-packed panels crammed into one giant comic book that's bigger than big. It's monstrous. Under $1 wherever toys are sold. More fun from Whammo.
Wow.
There's a Gotham City commercial I found it's old, but let's see.
From his old store?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's him. I think that's him. A new commercial. This might be the one I'm thinking. Yeah, this is the older one.
Cool. All right.
The other one must be a more recent one.
That's cool. Oh my gosh. Michael Myers peeking out the window. That's cool.
It's supposed to look like a beat up VHS tape. Andre the Giant. That would be a funny match.
That's cool.
Yeah. How far is Arizona from Colorado?
I have no idea. I'd love to go there sometime, though. What part of Arizona is he in?
Mesa.
Okay. Yeah, I can look it up.
So the move, is it mostly over with, or is it just getting started? Gary.
What's that?
Is the move just getting started, or is it almost over?
It's almost over. It's almost over. I should be done. Like I said, I'm looking at a deadline of 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, that's
So?
that's horrible having to move a bunch of stuff. You having to
It
move
is.
records at all?
I've moved records, I've moved comics, I've moved DVDs. Most of my entertainment things are over at my other house. That's why I'm telling you, I feel bad. I don't have anything for show and tell, really.
It's is it across town, or is it a very far move?
No, it's only about 5 miles away. It's only about 5 miles away, so it only takes me, maybe 5 or 10 minutes to get there from here. So
Kevin, about a month or so, just had to move the entire contents of his store like about a block away.
I remember watching your video of him. You visited his store virtually,
Yeah.
and I remember seeing video of that.
Yeah, Michael Taylor, you're talking about the monsters. I think that was like SeaWorld or something. They were at an amusement park that like one of those aquatic things, and they're watching the dolphins or something. Yeah, there's footage of that on YouTube. If you scour YouTube enough, you find some really amazing stuff that people put up that you never would have thought existed, and yes, I think I remember. You remember on the back of the DC comics where they showed, was it SeaWorld, where the DC heroes were on skis? They were all
I
out
think
there.
it was.
But there's actual footage, color footage of that on YouTube. Have you guys seen that?
I haven't seen that. No.
Let me see if I can't find that stuff.
Gary, what's your
I'm
handle on?
amazed. I'm amazed at all the little documentaries that certain people make. I mean, there's a guy who does. I'm sure you've seen him. He does visits to different abandoned places. You know, he'll do. You know, he'll go, "Hey, behind us is this place that is abandoned. Let's go check it out." You know, and it's amazing to me how some of the guy's name is the Carpetbagger. I don't know if you're familiar with the Carpetbagger.
Carpetbagger. Yeah, I haven't watched him in a while, but I'm entertained by him. Yeah,
He
he
has
gets
some
a little
interesting.
scared in these horror rides, though. He starts screaming.
Yeah, he's got some of the most unusual videos where he'll visit some of these weird places that you've never even heard of.
Well, the one he says is the best in the country as far as tourist attractions is up north of me, and it's called House on the Rock, and I really want to go visit that. There's another guy that does those travelogues and travels around the country visiting cool places, and my wife finds him kind of annoying. His name is Adam the Woo. Adam
Never
the
heard of him.
W-O-O. And he's like some ex-punk rock musician, but he's a real friendly guy, and he goes around. He's very much like the Carpetbagger.
Gary, on Facebook, are you also Bone Daddy?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I think I'm now friends with you. I don't ever touch Facebook, but if I need to send you a link sometime, maybe that'll work.
That works. Bone Daddy is kind of my alter ego, kind of like Grottu is Kenneth's alter ego.
All right.
Yeah. Well, so they've got Maris, they got everybody, Supergirl. So
Wow.
This is just somebody's home movie footage. That won't go.
No,
it's weird. Someone's put it up on YouTube, and it's there. But if I'm supposed to play this, I'm going to get a copyright. What do you call it? Not strike, but a copyright claim. So I got to turn the sound off on it. And it doesn't make sense why you get in trouble for showing something that's already up on YouTube.
It's the same thing when you get in trouble for reposting something that somebody already put on Facebook. I've gotten into Facebook jail so many times for things that I found on Facebook. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting, and then boom, you're in jail. You can't post for 30 days. I'm like,
really? Like you reposted like a meme or something someone put up?
Yeah. I reposted memes or things like that where, and it's like, well, this guy had it on there. Why can't I?
Well, that's encouraging, Gary, because if you're getting banned on Facebook, you're doing something right. So.
I know if I'm getting banned on Facebook, at least I'm making some waves.
Yeah.
Bone Daddy is actually an alter ego. You had asked about Bone Daddy. I had gone to science fiction conventions, and they had costume contests and things like that. And I created a character called Bone Daddy. I don't know if you can see this, but
well, that's what's next to your name. And I looked for you, and I realized, oh, he's already sent me a friend request.
Yeah. I have this persona that I go under as Bone Daddy, and I used to go to Starfest before they stopped doing that. There's me with a cosplayer that's dressed as Zatanna. But just and that Bone Daddy mantle kind of stuck, and so that's kind of where that came from. So I'll look for you and see if your friendship comes up.
I think I'll put this footage into my next episode of my DVD show. I just stealing stuff all over YouTube and putting
That's
it
a great
together.
idea.
So You know, the fact that the Beach Boys song is on it won't matter on my disc, but
How long are your discs? I know that you talked about them recently, and I was just kind of curious how long they are.
they're just 2 hours. It's just it's like a 2 hour collage of all kinds of weird stuff that I found. And
Yeah, I need him to make me one because I walked through this guy's house who collects Boris Karloff stuff and monster stuff. You'd probably love it, Gary, but it's on my channel, and but he doesn't have the internet, so he does everything with DVD. So I need to get a copy of it.
it's, you know, it just seems like it would be pretty hard to not have the internet now, but I'm sure at some point in the future he's going to be the only guy that's still alive.
Yeah.
Probably. He's.
I have a friend. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
I have a friend who's very phobic about technology. He still has. He's very much against having a cell phone. He wants to have a landline. He doesn't like the internet. He doesn't like any of those things. And I'm looking at him going, dude, you're gonna have to eventually get on the internet, get yourself a cell phone, because he's almost virtually impossible to get a hold of now. I can only usually write him letters using the U.S. Postal Service, and that's about it.
Well, that's the way the world used to be. I mean, I guess, you know, but you really think about it, we're like slaves. We've got tracking devices we take around with us everywhere we go.
Exactly.
It used to be, you know, it just it makes sense. These people's paranoia does make some sense.
Well, I remember people used to be real paranoid about secret monitoring devices in your television sets and on your phones and things like that. Well, what is Siri? What is what is all that? It's the same thing. They're listening to every conversation you're having in your home.
Right.
If you decide you're going to hatch some plot against our government, they're going to know about it already. Just because you have the internet.
Yeah, my wife is on the phone talking to her mom in Spanish, and then all of a sudden the commercials that come on YouTube are in Spanish because they figure we're Spanish speaking. And you know, that's it's not good.
It's kind of frightening how the algorithms kind of take what you say and say, okay, well, he recently purchased this kind of thing, so let's send commercials his way on Facebook for these items.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Michael Taylor.
It seems like to acquire a collection like that, you would have to have access to the internet, unless you just, how else do you accumulate all those monster things?
Exactly.
My wife is saying this dang show is addictive. I don't know if she's talking about the surfing, the skiing superheroes, or our show.
We'll just take it as a compliment that you're addictive.
That's not, usually she's just so annoyed by me. It's like so.
I'm sure though the crowd is nowhere near close to these guys, and so they must have their voices pre-recorded on a loudspeaker.
Oh yes, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, they're just. It's going to be just a. So that recording would be interesting.
I don't know how excited I would be as a little kid, because I'd be thinking, I can't tell who's who from this distance, what's going on. I know everybody chasing each other. I would probably be disappointed because I would want to be as close as a TV.
Yeah. It's kind of like watching. I mean, you're trying to keep an eye on your favorite superhero. I can see Batman coming, and jumping off of a ramp every once in a while, but you're not going to have a good view of your favorite superhero unless you're close up. It's kind of
That's
like
why-
going to a concert. You know, you don't
Right.
you don't know which one is your favorite guitarist or favorite singer unless they've got a jumbotron.
I was thinking, you know, if when I go to a football game, yeah, I can see the field, but every now and then I want to look up at the big screen and see what I just missed.
Yeah,
And they didn't have
Yeah.
that back then.
that's when you saw people with binoculars at concerts and
Right.
events like that a lot of times.
Yep.
Well, let's see.
SeaWorld, I remember going to SeaWorld back in the 80s in California. My ex-wife and I went to California for our honeymoon, and we visited Disneyland and SeaWorld and Knott's Berry Farm and all those places. So SeaWorld was a lot of fun.
I seem to be signed out. Oh, that's right. We changed our password this morning on YouTube because I couldn't remember what my password was, so we came up with a new password because my wife was switching us to the non-commercial YouTube where we can download videos. And so I'm not actually able to get into my account here. That's
No.
what's going on. So, but my wife will be able to tell me the password, but I probably shouldn't put in the password like live on TV.
Yeah, that's not a
Let's
good
see what's
idea.
going on in the world. Let's look at the Communist Drudge Report here. Because maybe we're at war. Biden's final campaign. That's this.
You know, someone
seems to
told
be
me
where I
that
would first to look for.
someone told me that they're deciding to penalize people who have good credit reports.
Yeah, I think in California they're going to say we're going to start sharing
Why?
your good credit with someone who doesn't have good credit.
Exactly.
It's a redistribution. And so
Communism.
if you have good credit, you're actually going to be penalized. And the guy that has lousy credit, he's going to be able to buy a house.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Oh, I remember that, Mickey Mouse.
How long were you waiting, Gotham or Kevin? I'm calling you Gotham. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. My wife says, "Oh, I'm ready to imaginarily beat." I mean, yes, you drive me nuts, and I'm almost ready to beat you up in my imagination, but I haven't got that far yet. You need the password that is. That's all right. I don't need to get into that. Dr. Pepper bottle. Yeah, that's one of the new ones that has real sugar. Yeah. All right.
That's
So
a new bottle?
we're now in Kevin's actual house, so we can just assume not to ask prices now because we're no longer in the store. We're not shopping now. He's just showing us his collection. But he says his house is like a warehouse because his new store has less square footage, so he has a lot of boxes in here. So anyway, Kevin, you can narrate. I'm sorry,
Am I here?
like you're mute.
Yes, you're there.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You should make copies of that.
That was nice of the Disney folks to allow that,
This is what memes used to be.
authorized
Yeah.
drawing.
I love it.
I used to get these from my dad. He would he worked at the post office and would do Xerox copies of stuff like this.
That's great. You should make copies.
Don't you hate when people park close to you? You can't even get in your car.
We used to see those. We used to see those all the time during the late 70s. It was Mickey Mouse flipping you off and saying, "Hey, I ran."
Yeah. I remember Mickey Mouse did not like Iran much.
Yeah, that was the same, almost the same artwork for the same artwork that we used to see when we were kids.
Graphic Man, you probably wouldn't make a copy of Walt Disney's Comics and Stories with that on the cover.
Well, I might change a few words. I have to
No,
be
I
a good
mean
little
just Mickey Mouse there alone, just
right.
that
Right.
image, but
Yeah.
cleaned up and colorized, and then have that
Oh
logo
yeah.
at the top
Yeah.
with gold key. That
Yeah.
would be hilarious.
I would have to make it Baptist approved on my end.
No, I know that you wouldn't do it, but boy, would it be funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's been times when I could have used something like that to put on someone's windshield.
Yeah. Not that I'm tempted. Not that I'm not tempted.
Yeah. There was one that I saw. It had a picture of a turtle, and it said something about try coloring outside the lines. You seem to be good, or try coloring inside the lines, as well as parking inside the lines.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh wow, that's a cute little lamp. Is there an actual bulb in that?
That is cute. That looks like the little lamp from
Pixar.
Disney. Pixar, yeah, almost looks like Pixar's little lamp, except theirs is white. Does it actually light up?
I guess it used to. Well, that'd be cool.
That's cool.
Oh, it's a Christmas light.
Wow.
Now I need about 60 of those.
There you go.
Yeah, I think what would be cool. I mean, a lot of people show their comic rooms and stuff. But it would be funny if a YouTube show was kind of like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, but it was all about people, crazy people and their collections. And
Yes, I would watch that.
let's see, what is Michael Taylor saying? Wow, Kevin's in his house showing his personal collection, so I guess he's not too far. No, I don't think he lives far. Kevin, are you going to the Misfits concert in Phoenix? My wife asks. She's really into the Misfits and all that.
That would be cool to go to that. I didn't know they were coming here.
Grottu, I guess you and your wife are the only ones left in the chat. I know it's late. I don't know. Probably. Well, there's 9 people watching. I don't know if you guys can tell that, or can only I think everyone can tell that.
I'm probably one of those people because I've got you running on YouTube as well.
Yeah. Wristband. Oh.
Remember this? The Hercules wristband?
Oh, from the comics?
Yeah.
Or Steve Reeves or
Oh, I think those were supposed to give you strength when you were doing sports.
Yeah, we when we were kids thought we thought they had spikes on them. You ever seen that? Like it's spikes.
yeah.
And
When I was in high school, the guys that were into heavy metal wore giant spikes, and somehow, I don't know, no one questioned it. No teacher or principal ever sent them home. It was just,
Oh my!
look at
Those are
that.
actual sea monkeys.
Sea monkey growth food.
That would be a cool thing to have.
Man,
Yeah. Did you just?
Is that original from is that vintage or is that something new?
It has to be vintage.
Wow.
yeah, because they're not going to sell anything for 50 cents now.
Yeah,
Maybe.
there's no
Let's say,
UPC code on it either, I don't think.
Does that say 71 on there at the bottom right? Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder what that's worth today.
That's in good shape.
priceless.
Yeah. Priceless. Yeah, I would love to have something like that. I think that's a real museum piece.
That's cool. That's really
And
cool, Kevin.
And if Biden keeps running the economy, you could probably eat that food and keep alive for a few days.
That's what we'll be eating.
Yeah, that's what Klaus Schwab wants us to eat.
Yep.
Well, I'm convinced.
Supply. You can live on sea monkey food.
I'm convinced that they're trying to get us used to the same kind of food that they eat in China, which is weird.
Well, they're telling us they want us to eat bugs right now.
Well, they do eat bugs in China. I've been to China. I was there for 2 weeks, way back about 18 years ago, and I went to a restaurant where they did serve bugs.
Oh shit!
It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's why, man.
That's cool. Is that part of an instructable that you can like download off the internet and then print up or something?
Must be.
That's cool.
And you just what you've shown so far is pretty amazing. Can't wait
That's
till you
pretty
pull
cool.
that red car from the back of that comic book. That's gonna look cool.
That's really cool.
Okay, Graphic Man's asking Easy Comic Reader if
Yeah.
you have Instagram.
Yeah, he said he's organizing his books, and I thought, we might as well watch him too.
Oh yeah. I saw roach popsicles in Mexico. Okay, that's why we don't live there.
Oh my
tacos.
God. Cricket tacos. I had a girlfriend who worked at 7-Eleven, and 7-Eleven started selling little packages of grasshoppers. Little packages of like chocolate covered grasshoppers and pepper flavored grasshoppers. 7-Eleven was selling these things.
Well, yeah, they're really it's I don't know, man. Oh,
it's high protein, but it's nasty as
man.
hell. Wow. Is that from? That's not Famous Monsters, is it?
Oh, it's Maniac. Oh, it's new. It has a
Okay.
www.
Oh,
Those must be the new Maniac shirts that.
It's a neat business card, huh?
yes, it is.
That's very
Yes.
cool. Let the dogs out.
Are those your dogs, Kevin?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back. Give me 30 seconds.
I do like that little garbage pail kids thing. That's cool. Oh my.
I can't get over how cool that little lamp is.
Yeah, that's really cool. You know what blows my mind is there. I saw, gosh, I can't remember. Maybe it was on the Four Fossil show. Someone had a little tiny television set that was playing episodes or scenes from Batman, the TV show.
That was mine.
Was that yours?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. I was just floored by that. It was a tiny, tiny, tiny little television set.
You sell them at Walmart.
They sell them at Walmart? I'm going to have to look for those.
Yeah, look over by the Hot Wheels.
Yeah. Something they sell at Walmart that my sister got for me is tiny little versions of 1970s toys. Like little rock'em sock'em robots that are only about half an inch tall, things like that. Oh yeah, that's probably it right there. Micro figures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Those are cool.
They make micro versions of everything now.
Yeah, those are cool. If I ever start collecting those, I want to get one of those drawers that old printers used to use to keep the letters in. You know what I'm talking about? So
That, no,
those little drawers. Those little drawers that have the little tiny little cabinets or tiny little shelves, and then you can put those on the wall and fill that up with tiny little things.
Okay, like a knickknack shelf.
Yeah, exactly.
thimble. People that collect thimbles.
Yeah, they probably use those printer drawers, those old-fashioned printer drawers for those things.
I'm back. All right, pretty cool. This is we've only seen like about 1 square foot of his collection, so
I'm realizing that these shows that you guys do are all just basically long show and tell sessions, and
yeah,
remember in the
it's like second grade, man.
yeah, I
They're
was
mentally
going to
arrested
say.
at that level.
In second grade, it's like you come up with, this is my GI Joe with Kung Fu grip. What do you think? Isn't he cool?
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. I love it. I love doing that kind of stuff. I love showing stuff off like that.
But I started using. I like that analogy. It's more innocent than the one I started using the other week, where it's like an AA meeting where everyone's showing off their bottles of booze. Because it is a little bit like that too. Because it's like, well, I got to get that now. It's like,
Yeah.
maybe it was that way in show and tell. When kids showed stuff, it's like, where'd you get that? I got to get that GI Joe.
Exactly. I remember that. Every once in a while, some kid would bring something really cool, and I'd come up to him later and say, "Where the hell did you get that thing? That's cool."
Yeah. Those were cool days, show and tell.
I loved show and tell when I was a kid. It was great.
I don't think they do that in school anymore. I think they'd be too afraid that other kids will steal the stuff now.
You're probably right. They probably would. Something happened.
There's still safe places of the United States, believe it or not, but I think most schools where we're at, I think it's pretty safe because the other day I thought my garage door went down, but it actually got down to about 1 inch of closing. Then it must have sensed something and went back up, and it was up all night. And my old bicycle, everything, nothing was taken. This is a virtually crime-free. Oh, well, look at this, man.
I can't see anything. All of a sudden, my screen froze.
Oh,
it's like a
pro wrestling
from
witch doctor pro wrestler type. Yeah,
Papa Shango. So you're pulling the stuff out of something and then putting it on display, or what? It's like
it's sitting at my desk.
Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, everything's you're into Garbage Pail Kids like hardcore, man. Who would have thought they would make that? How does that have to do with that card? Oh, it's on the top. What the heck? That's some desperate merchandising.
Yeah, that's the crossover. The guy that wants Garbage Pail and the guy that wants every car he can get his hands on.
Yeah, man, this is pretty cool. This display is okay, and that's Creep Show. Which is that the current television creep show, or what is that based on? Oh, the comics coming out now, right?
No, this is based on the show.
Oh, okay. The Greg Nicotero show. Is
Yeah.
it? How is that show?
I've seen the first 2 seasons, and I have the third on DVD. I haven't
So
watched
it's
it yet.
good if you bought it on DVD. Do they have twist endings?
Yeah,
So they're really good.
you can watch them on YouTube. I found in segments, like real
Okay.
small parts. They have them like in 5-minute parts.
Where are they actually at? For real?
I think you have to be subscribed to Shutter Network to watch it.
Shutter. Okay, I don't think we're not subscribed to that.
I don't got Shutter now, me either.
Greg
But
Nicotero was a good friend of my friend Tom that passed away. They worked together in Hollywood on, I'm not sure what movies, if it was Wishmaster or Return of the Living Dead Part 3, something.
Well, Greg, before the show started, about 6 months before they started filming, he bought one of these giant EC books from me, the art books. He bought one from me.
Oh, cool.
And then I sent him a copy of the Creepshow graphic novel that Bernie Wrightson did.
Uh-huh.
I sent him a
I'm
copy of
surprised
that.
he didn't have that. That's a pretty common thing. I mean, I bought
I
that.
don't know. He might have had it. I just sent it along because I had an extra one.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because I was like, well, if he doesn't have it, I want him to see this before he starts making the show
Yeah,
to get inspired, you know?
yeah.
It's going to turn out with a better show, I think. He looks at that first.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's cool. Wow.
So that's from Plaid Stallions.
Do they sell these too?
No, it's not Plaid. It looks like it says Plaid Stallions, but it doesn't. It says,
This is Super
Reaction.
7.
okay, it looked like the same logo as Plaid Stallions now.
I've got
That's
to
just
get
a
that.
little miniature version of the Shogun Warrior Godzilla.
Right. I've got
I wonder if the lever breaks real easy too on this one, maybe.
Does it break easy on the real one, or the big giant one?
Oh, yeah. Breaks off instantly if you on a vintage one. If you hit it too hard, yeah, it's breaking.
Well, then you just display them head on, and you'll never know. Plus,
The big one had wheels too on its feet.
yeah.
And you'd always lose the damn wrist. It would fly off.
Yeah.
The hand would... It was a shooting hand.
Right.
Did they make the other Shogun Warriors in this scale?
I think so.
Oh,
They made a
I've got
they
those
Super
too.
7 made a version of Godzilla that was that, but it also looks like the Aurora glow in the dark Godzilla. It was a combination of the two.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Yeah. I was able to pick that up, but I'd like to get that Godzilla. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
I think we have more of these at the store.
Oh, you do? Well,
Yeah.
If you do, I'll be definitely writing you a big Instagram come Monday. So.
Okay, sounds good. I should have
Whoa,
multiples.
is that the creep? Oh,
That's the
It's
original
the-
creep.
it's the creep from Tales, or not Tales, Creep
This
Show. Yeah. That's cool.
Did you know that was a real skeleton they used?
No, I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, it was. You could order them back then from like India. You could order a human skeleton.
So
Well, you know, in the you guys know in the movie Poltergeist, where the the mother is in the pool and all the dead corpses are coming up. Some of those
Yeah.
real skeletons they had in the pool. I heard
That's
that.
what I heard. I heard that they were cheaper than the fake skeletons, and that's why Spielberg used those.
Yeah.
I've also heard that the Pirates of the Caribbean ride has 1 or 2 real skeletons in it as well.
Yeah, that's right.
I heard that the skeleton. There's a scene where you
They
go
put one in the
past
bed.
it. Yeah, there's one actually embedded in the headboard of a bed that some
Yeah, that's the one.
that's supposed to be a real skeleton, from what I understand.
Well, if I was Walt Disney, I would have that's what I would have done. Just hey, put me in that ride. And I can see all my fans every day. They can see them all.
Put me in that ride. That's funny.
What's the or is the house viewable, or is it embarrassing? I mean, is it possible to
I
get
can't
a
really
tour?
walk. I can't really walk around too good.
I understand that completely, but
Sounds like my house now.
yeah. But I couldn't walk around very good, even though the house was completely empty.
This was a neat find inside of a comic book collection.
What
What's the
is
weirdest?
that?
What is it now? A bunch of okay. That was
Crazy
just flat
thing.
with some comics.
Yeah, they flattened them out and had them in some bags and boards.
Kevin, what is the weirdest stuff you just found inside a comic?
Nuditures.
I found one too. I found a picture, a guy posed with some topless dancer with his arm around her. She might have been a porn star. I don't know, but there was a Polaroid in an issue of Excalibur, I think. And it's
You're
some guy
kidding.
from the 1980s with some topless girl. And then I found pictures of people's girlfriends where they're just kind of like shocked that their picture was being taken, and it's just in a comic. Anyone else found anything weird inside a comic?
No.
I found things inside of regular books, but not necessarily comics.
Yeah.
It's a good place to
like-
hide stuff, you know.
Yeah, and thrift stores. I find things in the pages of thrift store books a lot of times. One time I was very lucky, and I found a blank, not a check, but it was it was a traveler's check. It was a blank traveler's check for $75, and I was amazed that and I cashed it in too, and there was no question. It was just like, here you go.
I always think that I'm going to find cash in a comic one time, but I never have.
Oh, you will someday, I'm sure.
So you think people hide photographs they're embarrassed of in comics where they know that no one will ever open that comic? Like,
I think they put it there and then they forget about it.
oh,
It might be just a convenient bookmark, really, and they forget.
Yeah. One of the coolest things I found, it wasn't in a comic book, but it was I had purchased a horror book, a hardcover horror book, and nestled in the pages of that was Boris Karloff's obituary.
Oh.
That was it was printed on newsprint. It was printed in some newspaper. I'm sure it was the New York Times or something like that. And I had heard rumors that the picture that they had included of the Frankenstein monster was not actually Boris Karloff, but it was Glenn Strange, and that is exactly who it was on this picture.
Oh.
But it was the entire obituary that was included, and I have it framed in my house now. So,
Oh, cool.
yeah, it was.
Over if Eric wants to come over, but I don't know.
He's got the link if he
Okay.
wants.
Oh, that's cool.
That is cool. Wacky package posters. Wow.
I have a few of those posters.
Do you really?
Yeah, I can show them on the next show.
I didn't realize they made posters. I didn't know that.
They were small and they unfolded to be large, but they could
Well,
fold.
yeah, because they would have to fit in a wacky package pack, wouldn't they? I mean,
Well,
wasn't that about the size of a wacky package pack?
maybe a little bigger. I'm not sure. I keep them. I don't fold them back up. I keep them flat now. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but I guess they were small. I didn't get them at the time. I just got them in the last year.
That's cool. Menudo. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Looks like that they have zits. That one on the bottom right.
It looks like the Brady Bunch almost. The three of them at the bottom look like the Brady board.
Yeah.
The Brady board.
Yeah, they were pretty big. Now everything's K-pop.
Oh god, it's crazy.
Uranus strikes. Oh, it's a Mars attacks deal.
Oh my.
Well, Grottu, I'm going to have to get out of here. I have had a blast. This has been probably my favorite time on the Grottu Orloff show. It's been great.
It's been mine too. I've never had another time where I've had more fun on the Grottu Orloff show.
Yeah,
because this is the only time.
Well, yeah, it's been the only time, but it's been the best.
I've enjoyed looking at Gotham City's belongings, and I have enjoyed meeting Gary. So I'm going to zone out here. So you guys have a good time.
Take care, man. It's nice meeting you too. Skateboard stickers. Those were popular way back when. Wow.
That was after my time. My time was the wacky package time.
Yeah.
That was probably more the 80s, the skateboard.
Yeah. The late 70s, early 80s. I think 1978 or 79 was when I was into skateboards, but
I've never been on a skateboard.
it's been ages since I mean I've had too many near misses, so and there's no way you could get me on one now. I was going to ask Grottu if you've ever seen these before. I don't know if you've ever.
Get you where I can see you. Okay.
Have you seen Bendy Fig?
Let me make it bigger so I can see it. It's what does it say? Bendy Figs?
Bendy Figs, Universal Monsters.
No, I've never seen that. When did that come out?
There's the Frankenstein. I think it's been out for a little over a year. I have three of them. There's the Frankenstein monster. There's the bride.
That's pretty cool.
And then I have Dracula. I'm just missing the creature. The creature is the only one. And I've never actually. I'm one of those people who likes to keep things in original packaging sometimes.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I want to ever take it out of the package, I'll buy an extra one and do it with that. But yeah. I don't know if these are kind of like those little
those are bendies
that had the wire in them. You know what I'm talking about?
Exactly, those are bendies.
Are they? Yeah, like I said, the only one I'm missing is the creature one. I need to find that one.
That creature one's the best one too.
The creature one, what?
That's the best one.
Is it? I would imagine it is because it's one I have trouble finding.
Looks like he's from Monster Squad.
Oh.
Yeah, they never done a Monster Squad creature, and that looks just like him.
Oh yeah, he's kind of more buff.
Yeah.
Well, if you know the guy that made that creature, before he made that movie, he made Predator.
Yeah, wasn't that Stan Winston?
He made Predator right before they did that Monster Squad. So if you
Yeah.
look, that creature looks like the Predator.
Oh, really? I thought
got
that they did
features, yeah.
a terrific job with
Pull
the
it up.
Monster Squad monsters. I
Pull up
was
a
really
picture of
impressed
Monster
with
Squad
it.
creature.
You have one?
No, I don't have it here. It's at the store.
Oh, okay. But yeah, the Monster Squad monsters, I was really impressed with. The mummy looked really good, and then the creature was damn terrifying. I remember when I first saw that, I was like, dang, they did a great job with that. They really did.
Yes, I've never seen those bendy figures.
Yeah, they're a little unusual. I've found them at Walmart.
Oh, okay.
These were Walmart purchases. They have a special section where they have collectibles.
Right,
And
yes.
all the Migos and the Funko Pops and stuff like that, and then they have these there too.
Yeah.
You know, I was kind of bemoaning the fact that I didn't have much to show. So while Kevin was showing off some things, I was looking for a few things, and that's one of the things I found. Another one I found was one of these guys. Do you remember?
That thing. I remember
My
that
Pet
thing.
Monster?
Mid-'80s. I always thought that was cool.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with it. I remember seeing them in the '80s, but of course, at that time I was too much into rock and roll and collecting records and things like that. I wasn't in collecting monster toys or anything at that time. So
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I should have bought one of those things. Are they valuable now?
some of them are. This one is a remake. It's not. It's a reproduction. It's not an original. I think he was made probably in the '90s.
Okay.
Usually, if they are original ones, the teeth are usually pretty worn off, and the hands are usually pretty messed up as well.
Okay. The other thing
Ooh.
I kind of wish I had from back then was that Teddy Ruxpin, where you could make a cassette of horrible stuff and put it inside its tummy, and then it would say obscenities. At least that's
Would it really do that? Was it really able to
put in there? It would move its mouth to any cassette you put in there. So you could have put in G.G. Allen, or you could have put in screaming Halloween records, and it would just scream for you.
He's got one. That's great. Oh, Kevin, that's awesome.
Is that an original one from the 80s?
This is my original one from when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah. If I was a kid, I would have gotten that 100%. But I was like in the middle of college, so it was.
I would still buy this if I was in college.
I would have too, except what was wrong with me? I can't even tell you what.
They had a Kickstarter. They were going to make something similar, and I backed it, and it didn't ever got made.
How much does it cost to buy one of those?
Did yours?
What is that?
They range. I've seen them range from anywhere from $200 to $300 a piece.
Oh,
I didn't pay that
really?
much for mine.
No, this is my original. This is my original.
I've seen them.
I've had this ever.
I've seen them for really expensive.
How old were you when you got that, Kevin?
When did it come out?
I'm guessing 85, 86.
So I would have been
probably, yeah,
like 7 years old.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I can't see the date.
Does yours talk, Kevin? Kevin, does yours have the ability to talk? Does it have a battery pack?
No. No, this is the first one. I don't think they talked when they first came out.
This one has a little button on his hand, and he does talk.
Yeah, I could tell yours is a later one.
Let's see if I can get him to.
Let me see the face on yours again. I think yours is a later one.
Yeah, I think mine is like during the
Hold on,
90s or
let
early
me get
2000s.
those pictures going here. Hold on. Okay, so yours, the colors are very different.
Yeah, the mouth's different, teeth different.
Oh, the
Yeah.
nose is completely different. The real one, the nose is real bulbous and it's got zits and bumps, and the other one's cool. The one you've got, Gary, looks more like where the monsters, the what do we call it? Where the
monsters dwell.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it looks more like one of those guys.
Yeah, the big difference I noticed is in the nose. The nose looks like the biggest difference right there.
Yeah.
And then mine does speak.
Planet Earth are comparing these right now, right? Saturday night.
Are we nerds or what? Oh, I love it. Now, Kevin, what is that? That looks like the alien from Spaceballs.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was like the only time I laughed.
That's an unusual thing because
remember they weren't supposed to make any merchandise.
That's an unusual thing because
that was the agreement between
George Lucas. Yeah, George Lucas made it very clear that he didn't want Mel Brooks to make any merchandise from that show, but maybe he got away with it because that's not a George Lucas item.
So why would George
this
Lucas?
is made by somebody else. That's why.
Why would George Lucas control the merchandise? Whether he done, it wasn't.
He said you could make that parody, but you can't have any merchandise.
Why does he even need to ask George Lucas's permission to make a parody?
Who knows?
Because it was a parody of Star Wars.
Yeah, but he didn't call it Star Wars. I mean,
no,
like
he
asked George
didn't.
Lucas just to be to be professional and nice to him, but he wouldn't have had to do that. Yeah, you wouldn't have had to.
Well, for some of those things, I think he did have to get permission from George Lucas to parody some of those things. I mean, like Pizza the Hut, and
but Mad Magazine doesn't have to when they do parodies. I mean, how close? I don't remember Pizza Hut.
That's a good question. I don't know.
None of the names were the same. It was just a parody. And why wouldn't George Lucas be able to go after Star Crash and all those others? Battlestar Galactica didn't have to get permission to make toys from George Lucas, and the spaceship, the Viper, was exactly the X-wing, except with two of the wings taken off. I mean,
these are bootleg Mad Balls.
That's a good.
I know they sure are. Look at that artwork; is horrible behind. That's horrifying. What are they called?
I really liked
Wacky
Grottu. I really liked your artwork that you did on that comic book. That Mad Balls versus Cat.
yeah, I did that for Kevin.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, painting monsters is easy because if you make a mistake, you can it's part of their ugliness. What's hard is like painting a car or something smooth or something mechanical. Painting like a monster model kit is far easier than painting a hot rod model kit where everything's got to be perfect. Yeah, so I never could do that.
I enjoyed about drawing monsters when I was younger.
What does that say there? They had Wacky Packages
Something.
comics. When did this come out? What's it like inside of that book?
These would come out, I think, once or twice a year, maybe.
That's 10 years old, and I had no idea it existed.
Nobody did.
The stores that were around me would have never let me know something like that existed. People in Mesa, Arizona are very lucky to have your store. I hope some of them appreciate it.
Art's good, huh?
Great. Oh, Gary dropped off.
I think Jay Lynch worked on a lot of these.
Yeah, it does. It looks very much like an underground comic.
I got some of Jay Lynch's original concepts and stuff. He designed a lot of stuff for Tops.
Yes, I know, yeah.
I have stuff, his designs that never got made.
I see the little fool from the parody of the Tops football cards that was called Fool Ball. I saw that guy there.
Yeah, that looks like Jay Lynch stuff.
Yeah, so I had no idea these books existed.
What was that noise?
I was taking a picture of something on my like when there's a picture on Instagram, I don't know how to save it, so I take a screenshot of it because that's what I hate about Instagram is you can't save a picture like you could from Facebook.
Yeah.
It makes a little camera noise.
Yeah, there's more comics.
Yeah, it's just the two of us now because Gary dropped off somehow.
There's this one too. This one's Jay Lynch.
Huh. That's Sideways comic.
Little Halloween little mini comic.
Huh.
Little werewolf guy, hairy mane.
What are the big comics supposed to be this free comic book day? What are the ones that everyone's looking for?
Garbage Pail Kids. There's that.
Okay.
That's the one I ordered the most of.
This one guy that ran a comic book store, what he would do is he was selling the free comic books for like $5-10, even though they were free, to people in other parts of the country that don't have comic stores, or even to people in other countries.
That's
that
a waste
for comic book store owners to sell the comics they're supposed to be free.
Yeah, there's shops that do that out here.
Is that considered unethical, or is that okay?
You could do whatever you want with them.
because
There's no
you're
rule.
having to pay for them. What the people don't understand is that's a big expense. You have to buy the free comic books. You
Yeah, they
don't get
cost us about 25 cents each.
right. So if you get a book for 25 cents and you sell it for $10, that's nice profit.
Yeah,
What's the
but then you
typical?
get
What is your
people aren't
cost?
going to come back. People aren't going to come back to your store if you do that.
Oh no, he's selling them to people in other parts of the country. Yeah, it's pretty it doesn't seem right to be, you get this book in the mail, it says free on it, and I just paid money for this.
I mean, most of them are reprints, anyways.
Yeah, or they're promotional books. They're not really complete
They're
books.
samples. Yeah, they're just samples.
Yeah.
So they're not even you're not even getting a full comic.
Yeah. There's a lot of these wacky package books. I had no clue.
I think I have them all. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. I think.
It would be really hard to explain to you the almost religious devotion I had towards wacky packages when I was in third and fourth grade. I mean, I loved these.
You were probably like how I am to Garbage Pail Kids.
Yes, because that was just the next generation of wacky packages.
Yeah,
And what are you about? You're about 10 years younger than me, early 40s.
I I was born in the late 70s.
Yeah, I was born in 65, so yeah, it's basically you're into the same thing. It's just that's the next wave. It just for me, Garbage Pail Kids, that was a mid 80s thing.
Well, it started off as a wacky package, and they realized they could make a whole set just on this.
Okay, so they were doing wacky packages then, and they just did a parody of Cabbage Patch Kids, and
Yeah, it was a Cabbage Patch doll inside. Um, I think inside of a garbage can, and they said it Garbage Pail Kid, and they ran with it. They said we could make a whole series just based on this one card.
yeah.
You're gonna put one card in wacky packages, but we can make a whole another set. And they went 15 sets.
So the very first the wacky package with the first
Yeah,
one must be pretty valuable, huh? That started the whole phenomenon.
I don't know if it's actually a real card or like I've seen the artwork for it. I don't know if it got made or if it got pulled.
Oh, it was like a proposed card, huh?
Yeah, I've never actually had one, but I think they make replicas of it now,
Okay.
so you could find it on in the internet now.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe what I saw when those wacky packages came along. It was just like the culmination of everything I loved. Mad Magazine, and then a lot of the art was done by Norman Saunders. So that's
Yeah,
kind of in a way how I was introduced to pulp art. I mean, because he was an old master, and yeah, that stuff was
I mean I got a Mad
unbelievably.
Magazine.
That's all we would talk about in third grade, and third grade for me was 1973, 74,
Yeah,
and that's when I
all we
first.
talked about was Mad, and then Garbage Pail Kids came out. All we talked about was those.
It was. I think they were already on the third series though when I discovered them.
Oh, Garbage Pail Kids.
No, wacky packages.
Oh, well, that's the same with me with Garbage Pail Kids, because the first two series didn't come out this way.
Uh-huh.
It was a
That's like
test market. It was
yeah,
a
I don't
test market only around Philadelphia. They were the only ones that got them.
yeah, I don't know about wacky packages and how I never knew about the first two.
Probably the same
Series.
reason. It was probably a test market thing, and they didn't come to your area. Because you were in Texas, they wouldn't have came there. Because
Okay.
back then, Pops was in Philadelphia, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's in PA. And I've heard the whole damn town where they used to create those cards and the gum. They said guys would say when you get off the subway or train and you get into that city, you could taste the gum in the air.
Yeah, that gum was something else.
But it's that powdery substance. It's in. They would manufacture it there. It would be in the air, and that's all you could taste when you're walking outside.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, that would be pretty bad. We got some. My wife ordered some drinks and snacks from this. There's like a convenience store, gas station place, little market in town, and you can order stuff online, and they prepare it for you and have it ready for you. You've already paid for it, and you show up. And well, you used to live here, Casey's, Casey's.
Yeah.
And anyway, so we go. I bring the bag home, and everything. Whoever gathered all the stuff together and put it in the bag must have had some ungodly perfume on. And like I put the Dr. Pepper up to my mouth, and I would smell. It was just this horrific.
I can't stand that. People bathe in that cologne, and then they come into the store and
it was bad. And everything in the bag was just permeated with this perfume. Not a nice smell.
People bathe in that stuff.
And then about 10 or more years ago, this cologne called Axe, A-X-E, was real popular with these kids.
Oh, that body spray! All the magic kids would spray that on themselves. Oh God!
Yeah, these kids thought that they saw these commercials. They thought if you spray it on you, it's like it's going to immediately attract women to you. And they didn't shower, so they thought I'll just spray so much on me, and I'll spray it all the way down the hall, and it will. And they would come into a class, and it was like World War I poison gas. And there was one teacher that had to go to the hospital because they started hyperventilating. It was just like people have allergic reactions to Axe when it's in that quantity. And I'd had to open windows, and it was real bad. You could barely breathe. There were two teachers, actually, now that I think about it, that wound up going to the emergency room because their kids were sprayed so much of that crap on. I don't know.
There was a lady at my church who used to be highly sensitive to odors and fragrances, and you couldn't even come to church wearing any cologne or anything like that around her because she would just start gagging and coughing, and it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Billary Hillary, that's is that a
I heard
Garbage Pail Figure? Wow. That's deplorable.
Now, that's interesting. When was that manufactured?
During the election.
Okay.
That is deplorable.
I guess if you look at it, it's not completely insulting to her. So
no.
Yeah.
Let's see the picture of Donald Trump on the side there. That they had Trumpty Dumpty on the side. Can you show that again? Oh my gosh. You know, it's funny because I put some funny things up about Donald Trump on Facebook, and I'm a Donald Trump supporter all the way. But I don't have a problem with us having a little fun at our own expense. So something like that is funny, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I don't really see, you know,
That's hilarious right there. Look at he's building a wall.
He's building the wall. That's funny.
that
Oh
doesn't
my
offend
God.
me, because, as long as it's equally dished out to everybody,
Yeah. It's like if we should be able to, make a little bit of fun of ourselves, and I'm sure Donald Trump probably looks at some of those things and laughs himself too.
and
Probably.
that is actually pretty clever, building the wall and Humpty
Mhm.
Dumpty. It's very that is
Yeah.
clever.
Yeah, I like those. Those are clever little garbage pail kids. Those are really clever. I've never seen those.
I don't like the GPK acronym. I'd rather they write out Garbage Pail Kids. But that's
You know why they do it? They can't write it in this font. They're not allowed.
Why?
That's why they do it. This font with the dripping letters and the curvature like this, they
Who
can't
owns
do that.
font? Does someone own that font? Is that
Yeah.
part of it?
Well, it's like Cabbage Patch Dolls. That's the one thing they didn't want them to keep doing.
Oh,
Oh,
it's too close to the original. What they're parodying. It's too close.
It's the way the dripping letters and the curve they can't do, and they can't write the words.
wow.
Like if you see it now, how it's here's what I mean. Here's how they used to write it. They used to write it like this.
Uh-huh.
And now I'll show you now how they write it. Now they write it like this.
Okay,
Oh.
because the Cabbage Patch Kids had the curve.
Yeah, so it has to be a banner like this now. Or
All
they
right.
got around it by doing it like this, abbreviating it.
Okay.
Huh. Isn't that funny? When you do a parody, you have to be very legally careful.
Yeah.
Wow, I like that Donald Dumpty. That's a clever little figure. You know, do you? A long time ago, living here in Denver, the Denver Broncos went to the Super Bowl quite often during the 80s, during the late 70s and 80s, and John Elway was the big quarterback. And I'm trying to remember what team it was. It was who was the team that had Brian Bosworth as their quarterback? Do you know? I'm trying to remember the opposing team. And
Eric Breen would know, but I'm not a sports guy.
I'm not really a big sports guy either, but Brian Bosworth was the opposing quarterback, and they were gonna they were basically having a Super Bowl. They were going to be facing each other in the Super Bowl, and you know what Brian Bosworth did? I found out that he manufactured hate T-shirts. You know, I hate Brian Bosworth, or Bosworth sucks, or whatever, and sold them in Denver, and made a mint off of Denver Bronco fans selling shirts that basically tell everyone that he sucks.
Oh.
I always thought that could be something that Donald Trump could do. You know, he could get Dump Trump, you know, and just start selling the crap out of those, and he could finance his election.
He'd sell the pro-Trump shirts and the anti-Trump shirts, and he's making money from both.
Yeah, he could be making money from both.
Just like the military-industrial complex, they sell the weapons to both sides in a war.
Exactly. I was gonna try and figure out a way I could write to Donald Trump and say, "Hey, Mr. Trump, you need to make some anti-Trump posters and stickers and T-shirts and sell the heck out of those, and then you'll you'll be able to finance your reelection.
I don't think he'd go along with that, though. I think
I don't think he would either, but
his ego would allow that.
you're probably right.
Not that it's wrong to have an ego, but I that doesn't sound like something Trump would do.
Yeah, you're probably right. No practice or skill. Magic instructions under the skull. Oh, is that the same thing that's been that was advertised in comic books, kind of?
This would be from Disneyland.
Oh.
1968, you could buy this in the magic shop at Disneyland.
Oh.
Look up Randotti's skulls. They're my favorite skulls of all time.
Are they high dollar to buy this stuff now?
Now they are, but they were sold in the gift shops. And if you see Randotti, the guy's name was Randy, his wife's name was Dottie. They made all this stuff by hand for Disneyland. They lived in Anaheim. They made all this stuff. They made all this stuff in their backyard. Yeah.
Wow. That just reminds me of those ads for the ghost that obeys your commands.
Yeah. I think that was a balloon
I can't believe I found this thing in the package like this. This is you'll never see another one of these like this.
Wow. I'm looking on eBay and I see the skulls, but not in the package like that. You're right.
Yeah, I'll show you some more skulls.
Those are cool. Those Randotti skulls, they do look a lot like the skulls that they had at Disneyland. Wow.
They are the skulls. These are the skulls that you would get outside of the Jungle Cruise.
Yeah, yeah.
Until about 25 years ago, they stopped selling them.
Huh.
Yeah, here, let me show you the bottom. I have the original stickers on them still.
Are you selling those at all, or are you they're part of your collection?
Yeah, this is mine.
Wow.
You'd get $5 back in the 80s.
That's incredible. Yeah, the Randotti skulls on eBay, the lowest price one that I'm seeing is $75.
Yeah.
Wow.
They still glow in the dark too.
Those are cool.
They're just the coolest looking skulls.
Yeah, they are. So he was a magician that made all these in his back. You said in his backyard? Something happened.
Oh.
Grottu, did you fall asleep?
Was I? I might have. Hello? My wife was calling me to tell me I was asleep. She hung up. How long was I on there asleep, man?
I thought something had happened where the screen froze and you were there with your eyes closed, and I'm like, wow, Grottu looks like he's asleep, and then you opened your eyes.
Gotham City Comics says I got booted. I'll put the link back. Gosh darn, everything's happening at once. There's the link. Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah. I'll head up in a few minutes. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I'll probably go for a few more minutes, but yeah, that may be a sign that I'm getting tired, I guess. I don't know. That must be fun. Seriously, how long was I there?
Just a few seconds.
I
It
remember
wasn't.
you
It
guys were
wasn't
talking
like
about
you were.
Granddaddy skulls, and then the next thing I know, I look up and everyone's gone.
I love it. I was thinking that the screen froze for half a second.
Yeah,
And I
I've
was
been
like,
up
wow.
since 5. I get up real early in the morning.
That's okay. I'm okay with that. That happens.
But
It's late. Where?
yeah,
What time is it where you are?
well, it's 12:38. I think you're earlier because you're Mountain Time.
Yeah, I'm an hour earlier. So yeah. Oh, there's Gotham City.
Yeah.
Are we back?
We're back. Yeah. I'll probably go a few more minutes. I was falling asleep. I like when you dropped out, it went just a picture of me. And I was asleep apparently.
Oh, had to wake
That's
Grottu
happened
up.
to me a couple of times during the 4-color phone.
There an
I
echo?
don't think anyone noticed, but I've fallen asleep during sometimes or real close to it.
Oh man, that's funny. Well, you're right. It is a little past 11:30 here. Probably
Yeah,
I should be going to bed
there
soon.
was nothing boring. It's just I was just tired.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Those skulls are cool. I'm going to have to look for those because I collect all kinds of skulls. I didn't know that the Randotti skulls were something particular and exclusive to Disneyland. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, this is something new to me too. That certainly is.
I thought you had. I thought Grottu has some of these.
I no, I don't have. Well,
I thought I saw one.
Where?
I thought I saw one in your collection in the patio.
Well, I've got one that hangs with some hair on the back.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's a special one.
That's one. Okay.
The one with the hair. Those are the ones from the Haunted Mansion. They sold those out in front of the Haunted Mansion.
Is that the one you're talking about, Kevin?
Which one?
Can you see my screen?
No.
Oh no, he can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get that going here. Your screen. Just a second.
Yeah, that's the one.
Mine doesn't have nice sleek hair like that. Mine has
Does yours have eyeballs in it too?
No. That one there, what is that? What is that? A photograph?
It's something off eBay.
Oh man, what are they selling that for?
That one it's selling for $89.
Oh yeah, that is a really cool one. I really like the hair.
You see how that? See his head? How it has that hole in his head right there?
That gash.
Yeah, that was an accident. The people that were making them, that skull that they sculpted, was getting rained on. It was rain dripping on it that caused that.
Oh, because you said they made them in their backyard.
Yeah. There's also one with the snake wrapped around the top of the skull, and that was done by the guy's son. He left his rubber snake on the skull, and the dad came out and saw it and goes, "Oh, that looks cool." Yeah, right there. That? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've seen that kind of thing. Not that I hang out in head shops, but I've seen them in like those kind of stores. I mean, I do.
No, these aren't head shop skulls. These are Disneyland skulls.
Yeah, they're. But who would have thought Disneyland is known for its skulls?
I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
This is one I like. This is a kind of a red one. This has got a red tinge to it.
Okay, these ones with the hair are really cool. Are we sure these aren't actual customers of Disneyland that just disappeared? They couldn't find their parents. They just
here's
I
something
mean, they
that
have
supposedly
Disneyland has their own police. They have their own
Grand
governing
Garden
law inside
supposedly
there.
made a tiki too.
Yeah, they make all kinds of stuff.
Wow, I
I'll
didn't
show
mean to
you one
interrupt
more.
you.
I'll show you one more.
There's a Pirates of the Caribbean plaque that
Yeah, that thing's cool.
that isn't that cool?
Check this little one out.
Oh my gosh.
Let me show you something I got. I don't know where I got it. It's someone took half of one of those model kits of a skull and they just mounted it on a plaque.
Those are really cool. Oh, they come in different sizes too.
Oh, wait, I'll show you another one.
This thing.
Wow.
It's just somebody's homemade insanity.
That's cool.
These right here are cool necklaces.
Oh. I've got something similar to those, something very small like that. That's something very similar. Let's see if I can find the picture of it here. Those are cool. Those look almost like little, like jungle skulls, or like the skulls that,
That's exactly what they are. Yeah.
yeah, like the jungle natives would wear. Kind of like the jungle teeth or jungle native teeth or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Uh huh.
Now, this little skull right here, I don't know if you can see it that well, but that's probably as close to something that I have that's close to what you've got there.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty close.
This is my favorite model kit.
Is that an original or a reproduction?
No, reproduction. You want to see it? You want to see it built up?
Sure, yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Let me give you full screen. That's really nice build up there.
Did
I
you
didn't
build
do it.
that up?
I paid somebody to do it.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's very well done.
My brother built that for me, but he put the plaque that says the name of him right there on the base between his feet on the floor of the dungeon. But I guess it's really supposed to be put up by his shoulder.
He painted this one in the colors of the box. Look.
Yeah. I bought a mummy. I actually have two different mummy model kits, and the artist painted it to look that same shade of blue lighting that it's done in the James Bama painting.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I like this one.
The company Polar Lights re-released those, didn't they?
Yeah, but then apparently someone is making.
Now someone else has it. Yeah.
Someone
this
is
is actually
redoing
Aurora. Look.
Someone is redoing the Aurora.
Actually using the Aurora name now instead of trying to make it sound like Aurora. Polar Lights means the same thing as Aurora.
Well, this one was from a while ago.
Aurora Borealis.
Let's see when this one came out.
China, huh?
2012.
Okay,
Wow.
so
This is
Mobius.
21 years old. Or no, 10 years old.
Yeah.
10 years old.
Yeah. By the time I got that prisoner model kit, it was the glow version, and Famous Monsters no longer had their name on the kit. That's really cool to have the that
That
would
is
be
cool.
He
You know, the
even
one
left the
thing that I
plastic.
remember,
He
the
even
one
left
thing
the
I
plastic
remember
on the
about
box.
the one thing I remember about the glow kit of the Forgotten Prisoner was there was no backstory included in the instructions like all the other glow kits. Do you remember that, Grottu?
I have some of those glow on.
yeah, because there really wasn't a story, I don't think.
Yeah, there really wasn't because it was especially made for Famous Monsters, from what I understood.
It wasn't based on a movie. It was the only kit, that and the Witch were the only ones that I recall that weren't based on movies.
Yeah, and so there was no real backstory on it. But I guess Warren Publishing finally did do a backstory on the on that. And I think it appeared in an issue of Creepy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I remember something like that. They were trying to promote the model.
Yeah.
We were talking about these earlier.
What? Oh yeah, that's the one. Yes, those are cool.
It's in the glow colors.
You seen that, Grottu?
I'm seeing it now. It's kind of crazy looking.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
It's like the Shogun Godzilla, but he's got the glow in the dark colors and just like the Aurora monster model kits.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
He's
cool.
pretty neat.
I wish he was kind of bigger, instead of that small size.
Oh yeah, there's those pin plaques things. I love that stuff.
I used to
those
love
are
going in pet
cool.
stores and looking at these things when I was a kid.
Right. Yeah. 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 And my dad bought the creature from the Black Lagoon one, and it was in our aquarium. We bought it. Must have been about 1976.
That thing's worth like $1,000. That
Yeah.
creature one.
But maybe not after it's been in an aquarium being shit on by fish for a long time. But he must have thrown it out. It was long gone.
Sit on by the fish. That's
yeah, but that company Pinplax made some really fun.
They're still around.
Are they?
They never went away.
Yeah.
This one's 1972.
Yeah, that's what I remember of those things, and I think they were called aerating ornaments, and
There's another one.
They would make bubbles to give the fish oxygen or something like that.
I'm getting a fish tank just to put these in. I'm not gonna even put fish in there.
That's a smart idea. That's a really good idea. Just make an aquarium full of those little figurines blowing air and stuff like that. That'd be cool.
Well, then you don't have to worry about the water being just perfect, I guess. And
yeah, you don't have to worry about the fish shitting all over it and stuff like that. That's
you don't even have to change the water because it's always bubbling.
Yeah.
It never goes stale or anything.
I never thought about having an aquarium with no fish. That's interesting idea. Yeah, it seems like it would work. Yeah.
I'm doing it. I just need to find the room for it.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. What's funny is some of the best stuff that I've ever found has been in the pet stores. Walmart had, I think they still do. Walmart has some Jaws aquarium decor.
Yeah, I saw that they had that at PetSmart.
Yeah, Yeah, it's amazing. Some of the aquarium decor, like the castles and the pirate ships and things like that, those are amazing. The attention paid to detail is just incredible.
Oh, it looks like
Did we lose him?
yeah, we lost him, and I probably need to go see how my wife's doing because I've abandoned her for a whole Saturday night.
Your wife's like, "What the hell? What's going on?"
Yeah, I was checking. She says she's gonna eat some cashews because she's not feeling well because we got some snacks, but those are the cashews that smell like that perfume. Oh, he's back. Okay, we'll go for a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Are there
Oh
other?
yeah.
Oh yeah. I remember that's based on that model kit. Are there other rooms in your house we can see, or are they all just completely boxes to the ceiling?
Am I here still?
You're back. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's other I can stay for a little bit longer, but I'm just wondering if there's anything
I mean, we're just at my desk right now.
oh yeah. But we haven't really gotten a tour, but I don't know, maybe it's
I don't
not
think you guys aren't ready for a tour. I don't think.
we're not ready. Why? We'd have a stroke.
We're falling
You're just
asleep.
You're too tired. You guys are too tired.
Oh, okay.
Us old guys are too tired.
Yeah, let's see.
I was gonna try my hand at building this one.
That would be
Already-
cool.
Wait, is that the actual model kit or is that
Let's look at it. I already started, I think.
I think it's a reproduction.
yeah, but I thought it was like a goofy version of it, but because the way it looks in the picture, but
This is
They-
polar lights.
Yeah, they redid
I don't like
the
his face.
Haunted
I
Mansion.
don't like his face.
yeah, I guess I've just never really seen it. Yeah, I guess that is exactly what it looked like.
But they can't call it the Haunted Mansion, I don't think. Don't they call it Haunted Manor or something like that?
In that case, they may have had to change the faces a little bit on the read.
I mean,
Yeah, I started taking everything apart.
Yeah, the only one of those Disney kits that is it still activated by rubber bands and everything. The one I had was called Dead Men Tell No Tales from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh.
Hello? Yeah, oh yeah. So can you'll make some for both of us? Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, the cat okay. Well, yeah. Pete is up here wanting food, so he'll come down and so anyway, if you want to pour some out for him or I can come down and do that. It's on top of the refrigerator in a bag. Yeah, you can give him kibble and then just a little bit and put it in two different bowls.
oh, creep show.
Well, you can if you want. No, at night I give him kibble. Yeah.
This is the first time this thing was published. This part.
Wow, that's cool.
Okay, I missed out. What's going on with Creep Show magazine comic?
This has finally been published for the first time since 1980, whenever they made it in the 80s.
Did Bernie Wrightson do the artwork?
So he did it in the first graphic novel. This is going to be the second graphic novel.
Oh, for the
Yeah.
second movie.
Well, I was
All
just
right.
wondering if the
Marvel was going
second
to put it out.
one, if Bernie
Marvel was supposed
Wrightson
to put
did
it out,
the
didn't
art.
have the rights though, so they scrapped it. And Kelly Jones was already almost done with it. He had that page done. He had that done. He had this done. That done. This done, and he was that done. He was on this page right here. He was going to ink this, and they got the word that nope, it's being scrapped.
Wow.
Oh,
He had all these pencils done.
Can I see the cover again, please?
Yeah, I'll show you how to get this. These are all the pages that he never finished inking.
Wow, that's
But he had them.
cool.
He had him in his collection this whole time, and finally, this year they finally put this book out.
Who had this collection? Stephen King?
So it's the Stephen King catalog, 2023 annual. It's this hardcover.
Wow.
I got it just for those 12 pages or whatever it is.
That's cool.
Because the rest of the book is stuff that I already know about.
oh, okay. It's like a calendar.
Kind of like a calendar, and it tells you about. I have this painting.
That's cool. Oh, look at that.
So I had to get this.
Stephen King catalog. I've never heard of that before. That's really cool.
Well, it's brand new. I'd never gotten one of these annuals before. I guess they do them, but I never heard about them until now.
Huh.
That's very awesome. I like that.
Yeah. It's cool.
Well, is your wife doing okay, Grottu?
Yeah, she was gonna go down to the basement to make some. What did she say? Spam and rice. So,
That reminds me of a story.
See, our master bedroom's in the attic, and the only functioning. See, there's a kitchen back behind me, but it doesn't have a stove or a refrigerator. It's just they took out some of the equipment. So the only functioning kitchen's down in the basement. So I mean, she's got to go down several flights of stairs or take the elevator down. And so.
I remember telling my daughter that we were going to have spam and eggs for breakfast. And she said, well, I don't want spam, Daddy. And I said, well, okay, what about ham? Would you like ham for breakfast? And she said, yeah, I'd like ham.
I'm having some of this for dinner.
That's what spam is, spiced ham. She was really mad when I told her she had ham. Or
Here's my
spam.
dinner.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
That's pretty neat.
Fireplace candy.
What decade is that from?
Early 80s or late 70s.
Okay.
I think early 80s.
Yeah. That looks
Those
about
little
right.
candies are probably like sweet tarts almost.
They're still good. Just a little mold on them.
Oh, just like cheese. It's not going to hurt you. Hey, Grottu, I was going to mention, you had said that kids nowadays, don't know what Archie comics are, and they're not familiar. I was just going to point out, someone pointed out to me that kids nowadays who are having to take Flintstones vitamins don't have a freaking clue who the Flintstones are.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. How would they know? I mean,
Kids don't
Exactly.
take Flintstone vitamins.
When we were kids, there were just 3 or 4 channels, and
Yeah.
everyone had the same experiences. Everyone knew, unless you've got a kid that's really smart, that pays attention, that is inquisitive, and wants to explore and find out about the culture of the past.
Yeah.
And there are kids like that. Most kids aren't going to be aware of some. I mean, the Flintstones is something from 60 years ago.
Yeah.
It's up to us to get kids on the right stuff.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Sometimes it works, sometimes the kids determine that what the other kids are into is cooler than what their parents are into. It's like,
The thing is,
they
you
wanna go through a
don't try to
stage
push
of
it on them too
rebellion.
hard.
I'm
You
sorry,
try to
what?
push it on them too hard, they won't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just casually mention it, hey, do you want to watch this show? It's the Flintstones. Sure. That's how I
Well,
get my kids interested in things. I'll just say, hey, check this show out, and I'll put
I
it
think
on.
they're so used to animation that is done by computer, like Pixar, or they're
Yeah.
used to this flash animation, this real cheap looking computer animation. They're just used to that. They're not used to hand drawn animation. They,
Either that or they're into all
Candy, we wouldn't be interested in that, even though it's clearly art, done by great artists, hand painted. They're more interested in something from Nickelodeon that's I don't know.
something that's slick and almost like the Japanese animation almost.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool. What is that?
I got blasted. Then what does it say underneath? Oh, from
What
the Devil's
is that?
Workshop. What?
What is that, Kevin?
That's that mask based on that 50s horror comic.
That's a mask?
This is a sticker, but it came with my mask.
Oh,
I showed it to you guys at the store.
Okay, yeah.
that's cool.
It's that one. It's that black cat. The guy that's getting his face blown off.
Yeah. Wow, that's kind of
What's
cool.
causing his face to get blown off? Was it like some kind of nuclear thing? I can't remember.
I can't remember because there's 2 covers that are similar. One of them he's getting like acid on his face, and the other one it's like a firecracker.
Oh,
Something.
okay.
Firecracker in his mouth or something like that. That's crazy. Yeah, no wonder Frederick Wortham was throwing such a fit, huh?
Yeah, in some ways, you're right. Unfortunately,
Picked up some of these.
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, I have some of those too. The printing inside is I don't think as good as some of the Guandanaland stuff that I've seen people show. It almost looks like I don't know, unless it's gotten better.
You can tell it's just a scanner,
Yeah.
Is that a Famous Monsters or is that something else?
The first 20 something issues of Famous Monsters have somehow fallen into public domain because of so what he does is he reprints them, but he can't put the logo on the front of the book, but he can inside the book. Guandanaland is a company that does these print on demand books. He was doing them through Amazon.
Used to do them at Amazon,
comics
yeah.
and stuff. And then Amazon stopped working with him for some reason, and now he's doing it through Barnes and Noble.
Guandonaland?
Guandonaland, yes.
Oh, okay. I found it. Guandonaland. Okay.
And
Yeah. I actually work for Amazon, and we have a publishing area in our facility, and I'm sure that's where they used to publish all of those.
yeah, it's like it's a book that he prints like he puts up about 4 books a day. He had thousands of books on Amazon. Some of the books didn't even exist in the real world. They were just until someone orders a book, and then they'll print the book and they'll send it out
Yeah.
the next day.
Yeah,
So
they print them on demand. It's like, okay, well, someone ordered this book. Let's print it up real quick and send it. Yeah. Yeah, they
yeah,
don't have like a back stock of books. They just print them right after you order them.
yeah. So that's what he was doing. With them, but they were somehow not sure if it was really public domain. I don't know what the problem was, but he wound up having to go over to Barnes and Noble, who does the same thing, and but he's having to resubmit all his files over to them, and he gets scans from people all over the place that are usually really good. The ones for Famous Monsters are not as good, but it's still, a way to read these books that are you know pretty high, pretty valued,
Yeah,
too expensive to buy for normal humans.
sure.
Um,
That's terrific that they do that. That's amazing.
yeah,
Um, I think that's awesome that they do that. The
yeah.
only thing that came close to that, I remember for a long time in the '90s. Do you remember? I don't know if they still do it, but downloading magazines through BitTorrents.
I was aware that people did it, but I never did it.
Yeah. I guess
Um,
the idea is that every a whole bunch of people have different parts or different bits to the same thing, and you can order it, and eventually after 2 or 3 days it'll completely download into your system from other people's
oh,
versions, and
oh,
so people were sharing items that entire entire runs of comic books, like the entire run of the Amazing Spider-Man or
oh,
things like that, and you could download them and then load them onto a disc, and that almost sounds like the same thing that Guandonaland does, almost.
it might be.
Oh, that's a great book, The Art of Ray Harryhausen. That other Ray Harryhausen book, that one's great. Wow. Are those all pre-code horror?
This one comes with a DVD.
Wow. What is the name of that one again? Can I ask?
This is the horror.
The horror.
I think the DVD might be this episode of like a show called Confidential from the 50s, where they interview Senator C.S. Kefauver, and they interview
Yeah, it
some
has that
kids.
on
They interview some kids that read comics, and then they're just talking about how bad the comics are for kids, and I think that's what's on the DVD. I could be wrong.
That's really cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is a great book.
That's terrific. Wow. And that's all the pre-code stuff too, isn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow. That is amazing. That is cool.
There's the DVD's missing. Shit.
Okay.
I don't know where I put it. This one's cool.
Yeah.
Got all your fold-ins.
Al Jaffe, rest in peace.
Got all these fold-ins.
Oh, wow. I'll call you when it's done. Okay, thank you so much. Is the cake still up in the attic? Is the cake still in the attic? What? When you call me, I'll bring the cake down. I left it up there, yeah. Okay. That's all right. Thank you.
Oh, here's that. Oh, just
Okay.
what else do I have? This one's cool.
Huh.
You don't have this?
I don't know what it is. Oh, The Art of the Novelty Item. No, I had never seen that book.
That is funny.
Mark Newgarden, he's the inventor of Garbage Pail Kids.
Yes, yeah, I know his name.
You could talk to him on Facebook too. He talks to people on there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that fake vomit there?
Yeah,
I think it is.
there's no stuff in my book. Ow.
What?
It's fake. Yeah, someone puked all over it too. Look at it. And shows you how the hand buzzer works.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of cool.
Look at there's the original patent pending right there.
Oh, wow. This is a pretty cool book. Is it, you think it's still in print?
I want to say maybe.
Yeah, I have those giant glasses there, those giant sunglasses.
I like the giant cowboy hat too. Do you have that?
No, I'd like one.
It reminds me of, do you remember Pee-wee's Big Adventure when he went to the magic shop?
Oh, that's my favorite part.
Yeah.
And the guy at the magic shop's trying to show him all these really cool things. Giant head. Ah!
That made me want to have my own magic shop. When I saw that.
Wow, that's cool. All those novelty items. And you know what's kind of funny is during those early days of the novelty items, people weren't aware of novelty items, and so they were easily fooled. Wow, that's cool.
Here's the factory tour.
Oh, yeah.
Adams.
Here's the vomit.
Yeah.
Here's what you got right there. Third eye. Dribble glass. Oh, the smoking monkey. Oh, here's that plastic cheese I got.
Do you remember they made smoking Hanna-Barbera characters?
Yeah. I've seen a picture of that.
Remember
That
the
cheese
candy?
didn't have some
Remember the
horrible
candy
smell?
cigarettes? They were trying to get kids to smoke back then with the candy cigarettes.
Yeah.
Here's the big glasses. Just think about having that box with them.
I have a box, not that box, but I do have a box with my
You
glasses.
do?
Yeah, it says like as seen in Life magazine, something like that.
Wow, look at this beatnik beard.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh,
Oh, the nail and the finger trick.
scare your mother.
Itching powder. I got one of these. Shit. Whoopee cushion. Is that me?
What?
Is that my phone making that noise?
No, that's my phone.
This guy. Dogs, spunky dogs. Here we go. I have these. I think I have this. No, mine are different. Specs on them.
Those are kind of cool.
The ones I have are these ones, I think.
A lot of times they say X-ray specs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you had fallen asleep on us again, Grottu.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Book goes forever.
Peanut brittle with the snake. Oh, cool. Mortimer's Snurd teeth. That's what. Those were originally Mortimer's Snurd teeth? Wow.
I guess until kids forgot who Mortimer Snurd was.
Yeah, they didn't know who Mortimer Snurd was.
Those are cool.
That's a cool book. Very cool. Very unusual.
That's a good book. There's this one that he did, and then there's this one. This one's good too. Another Mark Newgarden.
Yeah.
Cartoons and jokes.
Oh,
Nothing funny this week.
Bazooka Joe.
Garbage Pail Kids. Oh, here's the one I was telling you about. The wacky package.
Wow. Cabbage Pail Kid or Garbage Pail Kids. Okay.
Yeah, that's the right there is one of the invented Garbage Pail Kids.
So that was like the original, the first Garbage Pail Kid
Yeah.
was
That's
based
the
on
first
it.
one.
Oh.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, Mark Newgarden. Mark Newgarden came up with that. There he is right there.
Wow. Well, they've come up with so many different Garbage Pail Kids. It's amazing.
All the different candy containers.
I was trying to think the other day of how many different Pez dispensers there must be out there.
This is one of my favorite candy containers right here.
Oh, look at
Oh, I
that.
remember that.
I have a full box of these.
Wow.
Shit. It's another good one.
That looks like almost like underground comics. Is that what that book's about?
Yeah. Art Spiegelman. Yeah, Mark
Oh,
Newgarden.
okay.
These two are the guys that basically invented Garbage Pail Kids.
Art Spiegelman had something to do with that?
Yeah, it was those two together. Yeah.
I didn't realize that he had a hand in that. He did that Mouse comic book. Are you familiar with Mouse?
Yeah, he did Mouse. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, it was those two that created it.
I didn't know that he had something to do with that. That's interesting. I got to start looking into some of those aquarium ornaments again and seeing if I could find some of them. I used to have the creature from the Black Lagoon. Yeah, I might still have it, but I fear that it's broken.
Most of them are broken, yeah.
Yeah.
All the ones I've ever seen online, they're always broken. It's usually the
Yeah.
hands break.
Yeah, I think mine's actually broken in the middle where, where his torso is, where he kind of bobs up and down.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that's where
right there in the hands.
Yeah.
As I recall, the packaging had a lot of blood on his claws. I remember that.
Did it?
I think so. Could be wrong.
Well, I think Super 7 actually redid their a creature and made it look like an aquarium creature as well. I think Super 7 did one of those as well, besides that Godzilla one.
There was also a Chinese knockoff of that creature ornament that I think looked somewhat close to it. And I think you'll find those on eBay for a somewhat cheap price. They're fake, but the originals are just not affordable.
Yeah, they're just way too expensive. It's hard to justify paying hundreds of dollars for just a piece of plastic.
Yeah. And it was cool, but it was a cheap thing even at the time. It was not.
Yeah.
It was made to look like the Aurora model kit, basically, and it was. I don't know. I just remember. I remember buying it. I remember what store we bought it at, and it was about 76, maybe early 1977. And I remember it being in the aquarium and seeing the bubbles come up, and then. What my dad did with it, I don't know. Probably just tossed it.
Yeah. They didn't. He probably didn't see any value in it.
No, he wouldn't have. Yeah, that. Yeah.
This is. I don't know if you can focus on my screen again. This is.
Yeah. Hold on.
This is that Super 7. This is that Super 7 version of.
That looks like this one.
Hold on, let me get the screen's going. That looks like it's a black light. Do you have a black light going?
No, I don't. I just have a bad. Yeah, it does kind of look like that.
I was just messing with you. It is this one.
Those both look kind of close to what I remember.
Yeah.
This is Super 7. They're doing a replica.
Yeah, that's what this is. This is a Super 7.
Explain to me what Super 7 is.
So it's a guy named Brian Flynn, who's probably your age, Grottu.
Yeah.
And he just loves monster stuff and Godzilla and just wants to make basically the stuff that no one can afford. He wants to make all that stuff.
Yeah.
He's got they released a Great Garloo. I know you've got a full size Great Garloo, but they've got a little one now.
And here's the black and white version.
Oh.
They got black and white and the regular.
I didn't know they made both of those. That's awesome.
One of them, I think, is maybe San Diego exclusive.
No, they're just figures. They aren't something.
No, if you took it out of the box, it would just be a figure. It wouldn't even be it look like an aquarium toy.
Yeah. It's just an action figure.
It's this box that makes it look like this box.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, it's even the same size. Look.
Wow. They are the same size.
Look, they just flipped a P into a 7.
Wow, that's cool. They almost imitated the box artwork for
You take it out of the box and you just got a cheap figure.
Yeah. That's cool.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Is that a bobblehead?
This was before Pops. This is bobbleheads.
Bobbleheads were the popular thing.
That's what Funko used to make before they started making Pops.
Yeah, I remember.
You know how they got started was Bob's Big Boy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they needed a cheap license that they could sell at Universal Studios, and Bob's Big Boy was it. Because everybody knows what Bob's Big Boy is.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't care
You've
where
got a
you live. You
couple
know.
of big boy banks, don't you, Grottu?
What's that again?
Don't you have a couple of big boy banks?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bank figures?
I think one of them might be the Funko one. I'm not sure.
Huh. Okay.
Wow.
Those are cool. I'll have to see about getting at least the colored version. I like colored version better than the black and white version.
Yeah, I recommend that one better.
Did they make do you know if they made a black and white version of the actual aquarium figure?
No
No.
one would have thought to do that in the 70s. That's too
No.
no one thought that deeply about
No, I
it.
think he looks just like this with red claws and a gold chest, just like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
he
what
is-
mine looked like.
yes, I remember the blood. He did have blood on him. Like that.
I never thought it was blood. I just thought it was red nails.
Well, I think on the actual if I'm not mistaken, the painting on the package, he has blood on him on his hands and maybe coming from his mouth. But is that the painting that was on the original?
I wonder if it is, or if I wondered if they just got a new artist.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me look it up here on my phone here.
I don't have my magnifying glass with me.
See, if you look, you can see he's got blood all over his hands, like he's been ripping people apart. That's
Oh wow,
original art.
that is a lot different on the back.
I think I can find a better. Oh, here we go.
That's really cool.
There's he's got blood all over the place, and then there's that little. If you look at his mouth, you can see a bubble coming out of it. I guess the bubbles come out of his mouth. I thought they came out of his abdomen. I don't know. I can't remember.
So
Doesn't he have a hole?
he was
He has a
unlicensed.
hole in the top of his head too, I think.
What's that?
I said I think he has a hole in the top of his head.
That must be what it was. I don't know. Yeah, but that's the way it looked. I remember, it looked like that. So, it was a pretty cheap looking thing. Outside of an aquarium, it would be kind of embarrassing, if you've got the Aurora model kit, that next to it would look kind of weak. But now I sure wish I had it. I mean, it's
Yeah. I remember seeing those in the department stores in the pet department, And when I was into collecting all the Aurora model kits, I looked at it and went, nah, that's not the same. It's not as good. But now I would kill to have one of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, funny how we get so snobby about certain collectibles.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I know of times when I was really snobby about certain things, and then I look back on it now and went, "Gosh, I wish I'd picked that up."
What is that guy? Huh.
He already been chewed. Oh. Ouch.
Wow, 2000.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is that a werewolf?
Yeah, Wolf Breath, his name.
Yeah. Is there actual fur on there?
No.
Oh, it's just painted to look like fur. Okay. That's kind of cool. I found a mad ball at my local comic book store that was a predator head.
Huh.
Oh yeah, that came out like about 5 years ago.
Yeah. And I guess that they've got other ones like Terminator head and
Yeah, they have Alien. They had They Live.
the alien head. Yeah. Yeah, but the predator one I was impressed with that one. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, I did find a creature from the Black Lagoon aquarium fish tank decoration on eBay. And they're only wanting $36 for it, or best offer.
Make sure that's not a magnet or a button or something.
Yeah, take a look at that. I don't think it's a magnet or a button. Let's see. It says fish tank decoration, air driven, 7 inches tall, $36. Wow. And there's
It's
other
gotta
ones.
be.
There's another one for $29.99. So they're available.
It's gotta be a
There.
reproduction.
There's that one.
This thing's decomposing inside the package.
Yeah, I see that. Mine I took out of the package when I bought it, and it seems to be okay. I
So
wonder
this
why.
is the thing. This one's
The
made
plant-
out of foam. This one's foam, and this one's rubber.
Wow.
So this one, if this one outside of the package, basically doesn't exist because they turned to dust.
I've got one. I swear I do.
It must be rubber instead of foam.
Isn't
Or
that
you
crazy?
know, or it's because you're not.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe mine's. No, wait. I've got the eyeball, and I've got a baseball.
Yeah, they
And
make them in both. They make them in both foam and rubber, and both in the 80s.
oh, okay.
But like this one outside of the package doesn't exist in Arizona
Okay.
because the foam just turns to just powder outside.
All right.
Wow.
Look at you can see it's decomposing in here.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, at least it's still kind of resembles what it originally looked like.
For how much longer?
Yeah. Probably for another 5 years or so, you might be able to keep it that way. But
Everybody was making mad balls at one time.
the Crypt Keeper. Oh well, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I'm probably going to have to sign off.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to get out pretty soon too, because I'm like
We had to
I'm,
break this up into parts, I think.
yeah. Well, when do you think it would be good to have a tour of your house? When do you think you'll have it in order where we can see more?
It'll never be in order.
Well, I mean, where we, well, whenever you want,
I still haven't unpacked from 7 years ago.
From 7, is that how long you've been in that house?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still unpacking after a year, and I'm sure there'll be still some stuff I'll be getting into place. And
I'll move before I get unpacked.
Are you thinking of moving?
No, but I will. I mean, I can almost guarantee that I'll be moved before I get
He'll be
unpacked.
moving before he gets unpacked. That's kind of what he's saying, though.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh wow, it's amazing. Well, it's really been fun, and I know Graphic Man was having fun, and
I was having a good time too.
yeah,
I've always been wanting to do this for as long as I discovered you doing this, Grottu.
yeah. When did you discover the show?
I think I discovered you about 2 years ago, and actually, your wife sent me a message saying, check out your show. She was one of your biggest advertisers. She gave me a hit up on Facebook and said, "Hey, you need to check out my husband's show." And I was like, "What? He's got a show?"
Hey, that's right. You knew her from some Facebook group, or I'm trying to remember how it all went.
No, I have no recollection of how I met your wife. But then I think I saw your Facebook page, and the thing that made me notice it was the funny looking Grottu face, with the alien face that you had on Facebook for so long, and you did some of the goofiest things, and you when you spoke on Facebook, you would use kind of broken language.
Yeah, I used to do that. No, I don't even really mess with it anymore. I just I don't think the character even communicates on Facebook anymore. I just post pictures I find. But yeah, what I would do is I would
crack. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would set it. I would write something back when the translators online weren't very good, and I would translate it into another language, and then I would take that text and translate it back into English to make it sound like a Martian's trying to speak English. And that's what I used to do back then. Yeah.
I recall it reminded me a little bit of how Bizarro spoke, the Superman Bizarro.
Yeah.
You used to say things like, I am Grottu, or you used to talk about how you would be hungry, and I'm going to fill stomach with food.
That was a long time ago. That I started doing that. MySpace was still a thing.
Yeah, it might have been off of MySpace. I don't know, but I remember seeing you first, and then your wife started putting up things, and I noticed hers, and I would comment on her stuff every once in a while, and she made the comment that you and I were probably just like brothers, that we had a lot of the same interests. She says, "You're just like my husband." She says, "You got the same interests as my husband. You guys are brothers from another mother." Yeah.
Wasn't MySpace like 16 years ago?
At least. If that was about
I think 2006, maybe.
Yeah, it was. I think it was probably gone by. It was still around about 2009 or Yeah, that's when it started. Yeah, it was late, whatever that decade's called. What do you call the aughts, the zeros?
Yeah.
What do you that first decade of a century? I don't
From
know.
2000 to now seems all the same decade to me.
Yeah,
20,
there's nothing. There's nothing really distinctive.
There's
Most.
nothing at all. From 70s, you have the 70s, you have the 80s, you have the 90s. From 2000 to now, there's nothing different.
Yeah, the 40s, 50s, 60s, the 30s, they're all very distinctive. Yeah, it's like our culture is stagnating and it's actually regressing, and the architecture is getting uglier and the music's getting weaker and uglier. Yeah, it's pretty
Because of
pathetic.
technology or what? What is it from?
I don't, uh,
lack of imagination.
I don't know. Is it an attempt to just bring our civilization down for a takeover? I don't know.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Because I know they're making the architecture uglier, and Trump was even using that as a campaign platform, saying we're going to make new cities and we're going to make architecture, because it's like everything looks like all the fast food restaurants look like prisons. They're boxes.
Remember
And
when McDonald's used to be like a fun place to go?
Oh,
yeah, they
McDonald's is
take away
horrible.
all of that, and it's
McDonald's just depressing now, everything about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they say it's this is all part of Marxism, to bring a culture down and degrade it and turn people against each other. And it does seem like all that's happening. It just they bask in ugliness. And
You're right. You're right.
I mean, the music's just foul. You hear thumping as cars go down the street, and you hear just the F word repeated over and over again. It's just like, and all I see is people staring at their phones everywhere.
We are. We become a society just totally, unaware of what's going on around us.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna sign off.
Yeah, I'm too, because I'm like barely I've fallen asleep. But boy, it really has been fun. I appreciate it, guys. It's great. And so I'll and then you think you'll be able to come on some Wednesday on the Four Color Fossils?
I want to. What I want to do is take a day off from work on Wednesday and join the Four Color Fossils someday.
Oh, so you work Wednesday nights?
Yeah, I do. I work Wednesday nights.
All right.
So.
Well, maybe I should. What nights are you available?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, usually.
Well, maybe I could. There's other spin-off shows from Four Color Fossils, like the one on Saturday morning that Dr. Silverage and Shannon do. Maybe I could do a show on Thursday nights, and people that can't make it on Wednesday for whatever reason, maybe they're Baptist or something, they go to church, or maybe we could have wouldn't hurt to have more comic shows.
I would love to come. I would love to come on whenever I can. I mean, just the fact that I found you playing live tonight was a fluke. Actually, I'm like, oh wow, he's playing live. Maybe I can join it. And this has been absolutely one of the best things that I've done in a long, long time. I really
cool. Well, I appreciate that. That's great. Yeah, it's fun. But yeah, I'd go right to bed, but apparently she's down there cooking, so I'm gonna go eat something, brush my teeth, and then immediately go to bed.
Pay attention to your wife. Give your wife a lot of attention. She deserves it.
Yes, I know. I know. And Kevin, yeah, I'll holler at you about. I guess I probably got a little bit. I don't know, a little stack there, comics and I'm still working on trying to figure out how to put together that ad for Monster Bash and all that stuff. So anyway,
right.
Take care, guys.
We'll see you. Take care.
You guys later.
Appreciate it, everybody.
Good night.
Take care.